Tonight, we explore the incredible life story of Shirley Temple, the child star who captivated audiences with her charm, talent, and beauty. From her rise to fame during the Great Depression to her later career as a diplomat, Temple's story is one of grace, determination, and an enduring impact on film and history. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. We're hoping this story will help you get the best sleep possible for all my insomnia folks out there. Now, let's turn off all the lights, grab a comfy blanket, and let's begin. Shirley Temple was born in Santa Monica, California, on April 23, 1928, into a family that was neither destitute nor lavishly wealthy. Her father, George Temple, worked in finance, and her mother, Gertrude, carried an almost obsessive desire to shape her daughter's destiny. The Santa Monica of that era was a fast-evolving beachside enclave, brimming with both glamorous illusions from the burgeoning film industry and the more everyday routines of middle-class families trying to navigate a mercurial economy. It was within this dual atmosphere, flickering studio lights on one side and thrifty living on the other, that Shirley Temple began her path to stardom. Even before she could walk confidently, Gertrude recognized something luminous in her daughter's presence. Shirley had a precocious way of mimicking gestures she observed in adults. This knack for imitation would define her early days, turning dance and drama lessons into more than just passing amusements. Gertrude seized every opportunity to enroll Shirley in local dance classes. Meanwhile, the child's father, though more reticent, eventually supported these pursuits, especially as he sensed that his daughter's talents might help the family rise above its mundane financial prospects. Hollywood in the early 30s offered an odd mixture of unpolished opportunity and exploitative risk. The Great Depression had shattered many Americans' hopes, yet movie studios scrambled to produce escapist fare. Child performers were especially valuable, used to deliver cuteness and innocence during a time of national hardship. Shirley, with her natural curls, though constantly fussed over by her mother, who insisted there be exactly 56 of them, and an almost hypnotic ability to project joy, fit seamlessly into this mould. She was introduced to casting agents even before she turned 4, auditioning for bit parts that sometimes entailed dancing routines with the adult actors. Initially, Shirley's family juggled skepticism and ambition. The film sets she visited were not always the polished worlds fans saw on screen. Instead, they were chaotic places, where directors yelled, lighting rigs buzzed, and many child performers discovered their so-called cute factor overshadowed any genuine acting skill. Shirley, however, proved adept at capturing adult expectations. Her seeming earnestness, paired with that bright, dimpled smile, won over producers who recognized a phenomenon in the making. By 1932, she had landed small roles in a series of shorts called Baby Burlesques, comedic sketches where toddlers were placed in decidedly adult situations. Watching them today, many find the concept jarring, but in the economic desperation of the 1930s, these short films gained traction and Shirley's star quality began to gleam. Gertrude, operating as both mother and unofficial manager, monitored every facet of Shirley's budding career. The mother's presence on set was constant, at times protective and at other times controlling. Tales circulated of Gertrude touching up Shirley's curls between takes, ensuring that not a single ringlet strayed from the image of cherubic perfection. She championed Shirley's needs, but also drove her onward in a business known for discarding child actors once they outgrew their roles. This mixture of maternal devotion and unwavering ambition became a recurring theme in Shirley's early years. Even so, Shirley's own temperament provided a counterbalance. Despite the intense schedule, she exuded genuine curiosity about her surroundings. She asked questions about how cameras worked and who was responsible for set design. In an era where children were expected to be seen but not heard, her inquisitiveness made a subtle impression on directors and stagehands alike. They realized the girl was not a living doll, but a quick-thinking child who grasped far more than she let on. By 1934, she had secured her first breakthrough roles in feature-length films, with Fox Film Corporation, soon to merge into 20th Century Fox, backing her. Shirley Temple became one of the Depression-era's most iconic faces. Her movies, such as Stand Up and Cheer and Little Miss Marker, gave audiences a dose of optimism they craved. Critics raved about her bright-eyed sincerity, and ticket sales soared. Movie theatres saw a direct correlation. The more Shirley Temple danced and sang on screen, the more Americans showed up in droves, clinging to a child's radiant energy as a beacon in otherwise bleak times. At the tender age of 6, Shirley transformed from a curious toddler learning dance steps into a genuine star, symbolising hope in a world ravaged by economic hardships. However, behind the wide-eyed innocence of her film persona, a more complex story was forming, a dance of parental ambitions, studio pressures, and her own youthful resilience. That complexity would deepen as she soared to new heights of stardom in the years to come. In 1935, Shirley Temple underwent a significant transformation when her studio recognised the potential of their petite leading lady to lead full-length features. With the country still reeling from widespread unemployment and breadlines, her films provided escapism laced with optimism. Titles like Bright Eyes and Curly Top showcased not just her cherubic face, but an uncanny knack for on-screen chemistry with adult co-stars. She became the face of Fox's silver screen offerings, out-earning many established actors. Yet behind the upbeat songs and tap dances, negotiations and business manoeuvres were at play, many of which set precedents for how future child stars would be handled. Key among these developments was the contract Shirley signed with Fox, or more accurately, the contract her parents signed on her behalf. Its details sparked discussion across Hollywood. She was guaranteed a significant weekly salary, though significant in the 1930s. Currency meant something different than it would today, plus bonuses if her pictures performed well. Fox also set aside funds for her education and well-being, though the lines often blurred between on-set tutoring and real schooling. This arrangement acknowledged her star power, yet did little to protect her from an exhausting work schedule that some might deem exploitative. During this period, directors marvelled at Shirley's focus that necessitated multiple takes for adult actors, which often concluded swiftly once Shirley achieved her marks. She had a near photographic recall for lines and dance moves, a quality that impressed her choreographers. Equally striking was her composure under pressure. Fox executives, anxious to capitalise on her popularity, pushed for a film turnaround schedule that left little room for a typical childhood. Despite this, Shirley consistently provided the sunshine that the world craved. When an exhausted co-star once complained, "You're working this kid to death," a studio head allegedly replied, "If anything, she's staving us." It was a half-joking nod to the revenue her success generated at a time when many studios teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Fans of all ages idolised Shirley. Children saw a peer living a fairy tale life, while adults took solace in her plucky on-screen persona that seemed to say, better days are just around the corner. Her likeness appeared on dolls, dresses, and countless products, an early instance of celebrity merchandising that would foreshadow later Hollywood synergy. Yet popularity also had a strange side. Rumours circulated that the bright-eyed star wasn't a child at all, but a little person posing for the cameras. This bizarre conspiracy theory gained such traction overseas that the Vatican once considered investigating her age. In truth, Shirley Temple was no more than 10 at the time, rapidly growing into a global household name. Curiously, Shirley's rise paralleled shifts in the film industry itself. The production code, Hollywood's moral guidelines, tightened restrictions on on-screen content. Shirley's clean, wholesome image fit perfectly into this new environment. Gone were the edgier comedic elements from her earliest shorts. In their place emerged full-blown family-friendly musicals and romances. She sang with experienced adult crooners, sharing lines and duets that might otherwise look awkward for a child. Yet her sincerity let her glide past potential awkwardness. Audiences believed her rosy worldview, if only for the duration of a matinee. Not that it was all smooth sailing. Inside the Temple household, tensions simmered. Gertrude clashed with producers who wanted to vary Shirley's look or storyline, steadfastly defending her daughter's signature curls and sweet persona. George Temple, meanwhile, found himself overshadowed, primarily attending to financial matters, while Gertrude guided their daughter's creative direction. In a twist reminiscent of many showbiz families, the father sometimes felt sidelined, overshadowed by the formidable bond between mother and star-daughter. As Shirley approached her 10th birthday, the industry noticed that her presence at the box office wasn't just consistent, it was heroic. Some of her films overshadowed even major adult releases. The juvenile star was effectively bankrolling Fox's operations, preventing pure financial cuts that might have devastated the studio. It became a well-known quip in Hollywood circles that if you needed a guaranteed hit, you hired Shirley Temple. Yet the relentless pace hinted at challenges to come. Child actors grow, their appeal, which studios often reduce to cuteness, can dissipate. Shirley's mother, well aware of that, fought to keep her in roles that showcased her innocence, worrying that a more mature role might fracture her image. Time was against them. The actress, who had embodied the aspirations of a Depression-era audience, was approaching adolescence, and the film roles accessible to a developing teenager seldom replicated the formula that made her a box office phenomenon. The real question became, how could Shirley Temple, America's darling, transition gracefully from juvenile novelty to enduring performer? As she entered adolescence, Shirley Temple found herself at an unexpected juncture. By 1939, she was 11 years old. Though still a beloved star, the realities of puberty loomed. Her face was ever so slightly less cherubic, her limbs less stubby. Hollywood's appetite for her brand of plucky innocence began to wane. Executives, who had previously viewed her as their most valuable asset, began to feel uneasy. The frequency of scripts designed to highlight her charm was gradually decreasing. Despite these challenges, Shirley maintained her impeccable professionalism. On the set of The Bluebird 1940, she embodied a dreamlike character in a lavish fantasy production clearly meant to replicate the success of The Wizard of Oz. But audiences perceived it as a half-hearted attempt. Critics pointed out that the film felt disjointed, and box office receipts fell short. This setback marked the first real stumble in Shirley's otherwise unstoppable career. Press, which had frequently hailed her as America's sweetheart, conjectured whether her period of fame had come to an end. Gertrude Temple attempted to reposition her daughter, pushing the studio to consider more sophisticated scripts. However, Hollywood's typecasting machine proved stubborn. Producers struggled to envision the newly teenage Shirley as anything apart from an endearing child in tap shoes. Meanwhile, the adult co-stars who once enjoyed waltzing with the little scene stealer now found themselves in awkward transitions. How do you frame a storyline around a teen actress whose strengths lay in the cuddle factor? That tension spelled trouble for Shirley's future as the leading lady she had once been. The family faced another dilemma, Shirley's education. On-set tutors had sufficed for the early years, but the demands of a teenager's curriculum were more complex. At her mother's urging, Shirley enrolled in a private school when her studio schedule allowed. There, she experienced a semblance of normal adolescence, passing notes, giggling with friends, and learning that not everyone orbited her fame. This partial return to an ordinary teenage routine offered a different perspective. She began to realize that the wider world didn't revolve solely around studio budgets and box office numbers. Financially, the Temples were secure. Her earlier earnings had been prudently managed, though rumours circulated about potential mismanagement or lavish spending. For Gertrude, the real worry wasn't money but relevance. She feared the day Hollywood might deem Shirley Temple an expired product. She even toyed with the idea of forging a career in radio or travelling vaudeville acts if the film roles continued to dwindle. Shirley, on the other hand, expressed a desire to explore new interests, such as working behind the camera or even attempting to write. These notions, whispered among the family, never gained serious traction, overshadowed by the immediate challenge of stalling stardom. When the United States entered World War II, the entire entertainment industry shifted to a more patriotic agenda. Stars visited troops, performed in USO tours, and lent their faces to war bond drives. While teenage Shirley was a beloved figure, audiences' tastes leaned toward adult stars who carried an air of romantic glamour or comedic relief that spoke to wartime anxieties. The adolescent performer, suspended between child icon and adult personality, found herself in a precarious niche. She did participate in some charitable events, singing for servicemen and endorsing the war effort. Yet the studios, increasingly fixated on adult drama and musicals tailored for older stars, saw less need to centre entire pictures around her. Still, Shirley Temple's name carried enough clout to secure sporadic roles at different studios once her Fox contract ended. Notably, she signed a brief contract with MGM, culminating in a handful of features. Unfortunately, these projects never recaptured the luminous box office magic of her earlier output. The film Kathleen, 1941 for instance, garnered lukewarm reviews, with critics noting that they yearned for the sprite who had once brightened hearts during the Depression rather than the uncertain teenager grappling with evolving tastes in entertainment. By the time she reached her mid-teens, Shirley was balancing on a tightrope, half a nostalgic emblem of a vanished era, and half a blossoming young woman searching for a place in an industry that rarely allowed for graceful transition. She herself remained outwardly composed, leaning on the well-honed discipline that had shaped her childhood. Yet behind those calm brown eyes, a more profound question arose. If Hollywood no longer needed her to be its dancing child star, who could she become? In trying to address that question, Shirley Temple would soon embark on life experiences that would transform her far beyond the realm of movie sets and scripts. The next phase of Shirley Temple's life revolved less around Hollywood stage lights and more around personal milestones. At 15, she met John Agar, a sergeant in the Army Air Corps from a socially prominent family. Their whirlwind courtship fascinated fans, who were curious to see America's one-time golden child stepping into adulthood. By 1945, just as the war concluded, Shirley married Agar, Barbaz. The media spun the wedding into a major event, splashing photos across newspapers nationwide. But if the public assumed she would settle into a conventional family life, they underestimated her capacity for reinvention. Shirley persistently ventured into the film industry, occasionally collaborating with her husband. In Fort Apache, 1948, directed by John Ford, Shirley co-starred with Agar, John Wayne, and Henry Fonda. Although the Western genre was significantly different from her previous musicals, she enjoyed the novelty. Despite her diminished star billing, she received solid reviews for her performance. The film's moderate box office success indicated that perhaps there was a viable path forward for her in Hollywood, though no longer as the marquee name. While she drew professional satisfaction from the project, her personal life was more turbulent. Agar struggled with the weight of public attention on his famous wife and faced accusations of drinking and erratic behaviour. The marriage soon began to splinter. For Shirley, the unravelling marriage signalled a broader dissatisfaction. She could sense that the film industry still saw her through a lens of childhood nostalgia, making it difficult to secure roles that challenged her. Meanwhile, her real-life responsibilities now included motherhood. She gave birth to a daughter, Linda Susan, in 1948. Balancing the duties of parenthood with diminishing but still potent demands of a movie career proved complex. She found some roles, but mostly smaller parts in B-movies or ensemble casts. A handful of these roles allowed her to play more mature characters, yet none sparked a significant comeback. By 1950, her marriage to Agar had reached a breaking point, culminating in a high-profile divorce that tabloid newspapers giddily dissected. The same fans who once showered her with unconditional adoration read about the messy details of her domestic strife. This jarring exposure taught Shirley an uncomfortable lesson about public life. Once you step out of the child star bubble, the press can turn your personal trials into sensational fodder. Nevertheless, she remained composed, determined to maintain dignity for her daughter's sake. A new chapter beckoned when she crossed paths with Charles Alden Black, a Navy intelligence officer from a well-connected California family. Their first meeting, ironically, involved neither film nor fanfare, just two individuals sharing conversation at a dinner party. Black claimed he had never seen a single Shirley Temple movie, which she found refreshing. Their relationship blossomed quickly, partly because Shirley found an anchor in Charles's unpretentious yet cultivated manner. They wed in December 1950, a union markedly different from her first. Charles's devotion offered a calm refuge from the swirling storms of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the idea of continuing a somewhat aimless pursuit of second-tier film roles lost its allure. Facing the reality that her Hollywood career was winding down, Shirley made a bold decision in 1950. She retired from the silver screen at the age of 22. It was a startling move for someone whose name still held nostalgic weight among a wide swath of moviegoers. Yet she had reached a point where the roles available failed to match her aspirations. Instead of clinging to a diluted version of her earlier stardom, she chose to explore new frontiers. She also recognised that the intense work she'd endured since toddlerhood had left little room for ordinary experiences. Eager to cultivate a more grounded lifestyle, she embraced family life with Charles Black in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, she briefly returned to show business with the television series Shirley Temple's Storybook, The show reimagined fairy tales and children's classics, allowing her to explore a producing and hosting role rather than front and centre acting. Fans appreciated the chance to see her again, no longer a child star but a poised, articulate adult. This step back into the public eye felt more on her terms, without the constraints of a studio system dictating her every move. Though the glow of her child stardom lingered in the cultural memory, Shirley Temple Black, as she began calling herself, was discovering broader horizons. Her youth had exposed her to the highs and lows of American celebrity culture. Now she looked at life with a fresh perspective, realizing that her journey might shift away from film entirely. What emerged next would surprise many, a pivot from Hollywood starlet to public servant and diplomat, roles that would define her final decades in ways few observers could have predicted. While many child stars vanish into obscurity or cling to their past fame, Shirley Temple charted a course that combined her innate poise with a newfound dedication to civic engagement. Throughout the 1960s, she and Charles Black settled into a relatively private existence in the Bay Area. She embraced community work, volunteering for charitable organizations and quietly building relationships with local politicians. Though she rarely sought publicity for these efforts, her ability to connect with people, honed from early stardom, proved a valuable asset. A pivotal moment came in 1967, when she declared her candidacy for Congress in a special election to fill a vacant seat. Running as a Republican in California's 11th congressional district, Shirley Temple Black surprised political insiders with her articulate presence on the campaign trail. She emphasized issues such as urban development, educational reform, and tackling crime, reflecting the moderate Republican stances of the era. Reporters who covered her campaign quickly discovered that she was no lightweight. While her name recognition initially drew curiosity, her policy discussions resonated with a portion of the electorate. She did not prevail in the primary, finishing second, but she garnered a respectful share of votes. The campaign underscored her serious interest in governance and laid the foundation for future opportunities. A year later, life took an abrupt turn when Shirley was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy in 1972, an experience she chose not to hide from the public. Instead, she made a bold move by holding a press conference to discuss her procedure, one of the first high-profile women to speak openly about battling breast cancer. This frankness challenged taboos and spurred an outpouring of support from women across America. Her candor helped destigmatize a condition many had treated as shameful or exclusively private. Over time, her advocacy would shape public perceptions of cancer treatment, prompting more open dialogue and encouraging countless women to seek checkups and information. Meanwhile, her political aspirations remained alive. President Richard Nixon, impressed by her public service ethos and calm demeanor, appointed her to represent the United States at the 24th United Nations General Assembly in 1969. During her time at the UN, Shirley Temple Black focused on issues like environmental protection and the rights of children, topics that echoed her personal passions. Colleagues noted her capacity to negotiate diplomatically and her genuine interest in bridging cultural divides. This appointment, though short-lived, showcased her ability to navigate high-stakes international settings, blending the charm of her Hollywood pedigree with substantive policy engagement. President Gerald Ford named Shirley Temple Black the United States Ambassador to Ghana in 1974 as a result of her success. Ambassadorship was not a ceremonial position. Ghana had undergone political upheaval and was strategically significant in West Africa. As ambassador, she navigated US interests, promoting trade, supporting development, and working to maintain stable diplomatic relations in a region still adjusting to post-colonial realities. Her presence in Accra signalled that Washington took Ghana seriously, and Ghanaians received her warmly, sometimes referencing her iconic childhood films. She responded by emphasising shared cultural ties, hosting local artists at embassy events, and travelling beyond the capital to better understand the country's complexities. Her steady performance in Ghana earned her another diplomatic assignment, this time as the first female chief of protocol under President Ford. She managed high-level ceremonies, greeted visiting heads of state, and guided official delegations. Although the role was largely ceremonial, she approached it with the thoroughness that had defined her entire career, keeping track of protocols and cultural nuances, and forging personal bonds with international leaders became second nature. The highlight of her diplomatic career, however, arrived in 1989, when President George H.W. Bush appointed her ambassador to Czechoslovakia. The Cold War was on the verge of a dramatic thaw, and her posting to Prague placed her at the heart of historic change. As communism began to crumble across Eastern Europe, Shirley Temple Black found herself witnessing the Velvet Revolution, the peaceful upheaval that ousted the communist regime. She consulted dissidents, shared perspectives with other Western diplomats, and skillfully represented US interests without overshadowing the Czech people's pursuit of democracy. Once again, she relied on a blend of empathy and pragmatism, traits that had served her well since her early years on a Hollywood set. By the close of the 1980s, Shirley Temple Black stood as a testament to reinvention. From a child star who lit up Depression-era screens to a diplomatic figure forging connections in far-flung parts of the world, she demonstrated that stardom need not confine a person to a single storyline. Rather, it could be a launching pad for broader contributions that transcended the realm of entertainment, impacting global politics and societal attitudes alike. The late 1980s and early 1990s in Czechoslovakia were a swirl of political transformations, and Shirley Temple Black was squarely in the thick of it. Serving as ambassador at a time when the nation's hopes for post-communist democracy were at their zenith, she found herself forging friendships with figures like Václav Havel, the playwright turned president, who led the Velvet Revolution. Diplomats often rely on tact and formality to navigate tense transitions, but Shirley's life experience, her capacity to read a room, to empathise and to adapt, proved equally pivotal. She struck an approachable balance between an official stance and genuine curiosity about everyday Czech life. Citizens who recognised her, from old Hollywood lore, marvelled at how this former child star had become a calm presence amidst their country's defining historical moment. Her schedule brimmed with diplomatic engagements, addressing economic reforms, promoting trade opportunities, and facilitating cultural exchanges. She also took time to visit schools and orphanages, echoing a child-centred compassion that had first won her the public's heart decades earlier. More than once, local media cameras captured her hugging children, an image that symbolised a connection transcending politics. For her staff, it was standard to see school groups flock to the US Embassy, where the ambassador would greet them personally. She saw in those students the same spark that, years before, propelled her own improbable journey. In the midst of these responsibilities, she also wrestled with the complexities of representing a superpower. While US officials championed market liberalisation, the Czech populace harboured diverse views on how rapidly to embrace Western economic models. Shirley sought to present America's stance in a measured way, advocating for cooperation rather than imposing directives. This nuance endeared her to local politicians, who appreciated that she was not just delivering lectures, but engaging in genuine dialogue. Observers credited her with amplifying America's soft power in the region, using her personal warmth as an informal diplomatic tool. Outside her official role, she relished exploring Prague's architecture, concert halls and cafes. The city, with its Gothic spires and centuries-old cobblestone streets, fascinated her. She told friends that wandering around the old town felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed film set, except it was real history etched into every stone. Occasionally, she and her husband Charles hosted small gatherings at the embassy residence, inviting Czech artists and intellectuals alongside visiting American officials. These soirees, bridging cultural gaps with music and conversation, mirrored a style of diplomacy that aligned with her persona, blending formality with the personal touch. By 1992, the world was changing again. Czechoslovakia split peacefully into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Shirley Temple Black's time as ambassador wrapped up, and while the region's politics continued evolving, she left behind a legacy of empathy-driven diplomacy. Stepping away from her official duties, she returned stateside with a sense that her life's second act had equalled the first in terms of impact, even if fewer paparazzi cameras trailed her every move. Retirement from formal diplomacy did not entail retreating into quiet anonymity. She took on roles with corporate boards, notably with companies where her expertise in international relations and public communication offered value. Though her Hollywood name still commanded attention, she leveraged it selectively, more inclined to champion charitable causes than to cash in on old fame. Among her philanthropic interests, cancer research remained a focal point. She continued to advocate publicly for early detection, recalling her battle with breast cancer. Each time she spoke at fundraisers or medical conferences, attendees saw not a fragile survivor, but a resolute voice urging progress. Those who encountered her socially in these later years describe a woman both gracious and candid. She was not one to dwell on her childhood stardom unless prompted. Indeed, many who knew her as an ambassador or a board member noted they often forgot she had once been the biggest child star on Earth. She was simply Shirley, a thoughtful colleague who asked incisive questions and brought a wealth of worldly experience to any conversation. If pressed about her Hollywood days, she might offer a light anecdote, perhaps about dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson, but she rarely glorified the spectacle. Instead, she framed it as a valuable but distant chapter in a life driven by personal growth. As she moved into her 70s, Shirley Temple Black observed with equal measures of pride and humility the enduring affection so many still held for her. Around the globe, older fans recalled her films as a joyful beacon amid Depression hardships, while younger generations discovered them on home video. It was a testament not just to her on-screen persona, but also to the universal appeal of sincere optimism. Yet for Shirley herself, the highlight reel comprised more than movie clips. It was her service to her country, her forging of diplomatic pathways in fraught times, and her unwavering ability to adapt that truly defined her adult identity. Reflecting on Shirley Temple's life is like perusing a panoramic album of 20th century America, spanning an era of economic turmoil, world war, cultural upheaval, and global realignment. She departed the world on February 10, 2014, at age 85, leaving behind a legacy that defied simple categorization. Most headlines upon her passing remembered her as the dimpled darling who danced on staircase railings in black and white musicals. Yet, to view her exclusively through that nostalgic lens is to overlook the deeper arc of her journey. Her funeral, held privately, revealed the quiet dignity she had long preferred. Friends and family spoke of a person whose warm spirit extended far beyond the camera. Tributes poured in from around the globe, movie fans recalling her as a childhood idol, diplomats and politicians lauding her statesmanship, and cancer survivors thanking her for raising awareness when few others did. It was a moment when a star's mythos converged with the reality of a life well lived. In subsequent years, retrospectives have examined the nuances that made Shirley Temple so enduring. Scholars of film history point out her unusual role in bridging adult and child audiences during the Depression. Her presence was never merely cute. She delivered genuine performances that resonated with viewers longing for hope. Contemporary debates also scrutinized the exploitative elements of Hollywood during the 1930s and their incorporation of child performers into adult-driven stories. Shirley was no exception. The baby burlesque short films of her earliest career remain a stark reminder of how children were sometimes positioned in questionable scenarios. Yet she transcended that environment, emerging as a figure who, by her fortitude and mother's fierce oversight, navigated the system without losing her essential spark. Her personal evolution underscores an important lesson, that fame, especially at a young age, need not define one's entire existence. While many child stars collapse under the weight of early celebrity, Shirley Temple channeled it into fresh pursuits. Whether campaigning for a congressional seat in California or speaking openly about her breast cancer surgery, she tackled each phase with authenticity. She displayed a consistent willingness to meet challenges head-on, an attribute that stands in contrast to the perceived innocence of her childhood film roles. Perhaps it was that original wellspring of discipline, memorizing lines, perfecting dance routines, that carried over into her adult life, enabling her to approach any hurdle with equal resolve. Moreover, her diplomatic service remains one of the more surprising chapters of her story. Stepping into the role of ambassador in two distinct contexts, Ghana and Czechoslovakia, reflected an adaptability rarely seen in showbiz alumni. While some saw her as merely a ceremonial figure, she quickly demonstrated that star quality could harmonise with serious policy work. By advocating for environmental issues at the UN, fostering cultural exchanges in Ghana, and navigating the complexities of a post-communist Czech landscape, she expanded the definition of how a public figure can serve national interests. Tenure in Prague during the Velvet Revolution coincided with a seismic shift in global politics, a pivotal moment that fundamentally reshaped Europe. That vantage point alone placed her in the orbit of towering figures like Havel, forever linking her name to a monumental historical pivot, even as critics debate the merits of her earliest films or the complexity of her mother's role in orchestrating her stardom. Shirley Temple's narrative remains awe-inspiring for its breadth. The child who once sparred with co-stars twice her height became an adult who regularly engaged with world leaders. In the same lifetime, she delighted Depression-era cinema audiences, and then, half a century later, watched democracy break ground in Eastern Europe. That range of experiences underscores a singular life that mirrored the transformations of a century. Today, her iconic cherub face continues to adorn vintage movie posters and DVD covers. Young dancers still attempt to replicate her signature tap routines. Parents introduce her black and white musicals to new generations. Yet parallel to that cultural imprint stands the lesser, celebrated but equally significant tale of an American who chose to redirect celebrity into public service, forging a second legacy as an advocate and diplomat. In so doing, Shirley Temple Black left us a message about resilience, that even the brightest, most ephemeral childhood glow can evolve into something more expansive, guiding not just a film studio's fortunes, but international dialogues and philanthropic causes as well. And in the end, perhaps that quiet metamorphosis is her most enduring, if underappreciated, achievement. That leads us to the closing of our main story tonight about someone who changed the world drastically forever, whether it was through dancing to something in particular or everyday life. She's talked about constantly. If you're still struggling to sleep, don't worry. We have plenty of stories lined up here tonight, in hopes at least something helps you fall asleep for tomorrow. Thanks for trusting us to help you sleep tight, and always, sweet dreams and good night. Was born in Frankfurt in 1929, entering a world already trembling beneath financial hardship and political acrimony. From the outset, she displayed a lively temperament, an eagerness to scribble down thoughts on scraps of paper, a tendency to examine curious objects in the house with unguarded fascination, and a readiness to question the grown-ups around her. Yet before she truly got to know the city of her birth, before she could form a bond with the rhythms of German streets, her family decided to leave. A gathering storm which transformed from sporadic political slogans into a monstrous force dictating who deserved to exist freely and who did not, compelled them to leave. Her father, Otto Frank, was a thoughtful man, by turns reserved and quietly determined. He had no taste for radical politics. His mind was anchored to the practical. Otto recognised that Germany was changing. He had once pictured it as a place of vibrant culture, his homeland, a nation that championed arts, literature, and philosophy. But by the time Anne was 4, it had become a place that turned hateful eyes toward Jewish families like his. The Franks uprooted themselves, leaving old neighbours behind and stepping into what they hoped was a kinder environment in Amsterdam. Amsterdam in the early 30s was not entirely tranquil. No place in Europe could claim complete serenity then, but it at least allowed the Franks to breathe without immediate fear. For Anne, it was a wonderland of bicycles clacking over cobblestones, flower stalls lining canals, and people whose different accents floated through the city like a living orchestra. She was intrigued by each subtlety of daily life. She watched the canal waters shift from grey to glittering green and found novelty in the simplest tasks, from brushing up on Dutch words to examining the swirl of watery reflections on her window. Still, life was not always breezy. Otto took on various entrepreneurial ventures in Amsterdam, a spice business, then one dealing with pectin for jam making, attempts at building stability for his family in uncertain times. Yet, beyond the household table, talk about balancing budgets and maintaining a reputable standing among local merchants. Anne had her personal curiosities. She was the type of child to craft stories in her head while overhearing adult conversations, weaving little narratives about the passers-by she saw from her vantage point by the window. Outside her home, she was known to be friendly but occasionally moody, quick-witted in a way that others sometimes found surprising in someone so young. Certain teachers at her school found her liveliness endearing, others found it distracting, especially when she giggled during lessons or whispered jokes to her classmates during grammar drills. She had a capacity for charm, but she was equally able to slip into lonely daydreams if something, an unkind remark, an abrupt shift in a friend's demeanour, muddied her sense of belonging. By the age of 10, Anne's environment gave her ample room to explore. She visited street markets with her mother, Edith, noticing the layers of life in every merchant's stall, the haggling, the laughter, the day's frustrations. Margot, her older sister by 3 years, was softer spoken and more academically inclined. The contrast between the two sisters became a household joke. Margot with her pristine schoolwork, Anne with her comedic flair and unstoppable chatter. Yet behind that playful tension was genuine affection. When nights were cold, Anne might slip into Margot's bed for warmth, and they would whisper about petty jealousies and fleeting hopes, simple concerns overshadowed by the swirling chaos in Europe. Though the Franks tried to keep talk of politics discreet, Anne absorbed more than she let on. She caught a glimpse of a neighbour reading a Dutch newspaper with bold headlines about persecution in Germany. Her father's whispers with friends, hushed but urgent, hinted that the calm in Amsterdam could fracture at any moment. Even so, Anne pressed on with childlike tenacity. She was growing, she wanted fresh notebooks and new friends. She wanted experiences beyond her parents' experiences, and if the world was threatening to shape her future in frightening ways, she was determined to keep her own sense of curiosity intact. A family friend would sometimes bring over pamphlets from Germany, detailing new anti-Jewish edicts. Otto read them in silence, his brow creased. Still, he managed to maintain a semblance of optimism. Perhaps the Netherlands would stay safe, he reasoned. Perhaps all of this ugliness would remain confined to distant borders. But the dread was difficult to fully conceal. Anne sensed it in the way her mother's voice caught when asked about the future. She felt it in the hush that settled over her father's face when he listened to the radio in the evening, straining to hear news of the next ominous shift in Europe. In the meantime, she grew comfortable in her new city, walking canals with that open-hearted stare reserved for the young. The promise of tomorrow still excited her. The possibility of a new friend, a new game, or a new rumour swirling at school. She was, after all, still just a child, not entirely conscious of the forces that were about to tighten their grip on her life. The curtains were only just beginning to draw shut on a chapter she had barely started writing. During the late 1930s, Amsterdam's charm still glowed, though a sense of caution dimmed the edges of daily life for Jewish families. Anne learned the city through her own lens, a mixture of innocence and growing awareness. She observed the chattering customers in small cafes, the varied dialects of dock workers, and the clatter of trams. She found it all mesmerising. Yet, she was not naive. At school, she overheard quiet discussions among older classmates, unpleasant changes in neighbouring countries. She would sidle close, gleaning half-facts about hatred and unbridled authority. In many ways, her mother, Edith, served as a shield. Edith believed in preserving a sense of normalcy. She insisted on routines, Sunday lunches, bedtime reading, and making sure the girls wrote in neat cursive. Anne, perched beside her mother on the sofa, would sometimes stare at the ticking clock, listening to the seconds slip by as Edith talked about personal values, about compassion, and about keeping one's dignity. The words might have sounded old-fashioned to some, but Anne found comfort in them. She saw her mother as gentle yet quietly sturdy. Meanwhile, Margot was forging her path in academics. Teachers often praised her discipline and intelligence. Anne sometimes bristled at the comparisons. She recognised the familial pride. Margot was considered the reliable one, but she also wanted to make her own mark. So, while Margot was off reading textbooks, Anne would roam corners of Amsterdam with a friend, giggling about inconsequential details, the shape of a dog's ears, a funny hat worn by a passerby, or the new marquee outside the local cinema. Beneath the laughter, though, she felt the silent undercurrent of war creeping into everyday conversation. As the political climate worsened, the Franks took more precautions. They heard stories of relatives in Germany who had lost businesses, homes, or worse, vanished altogether. Although Otto and Edith tried to spare their daughters the details, Anne was discerning. She began to grasp that some people viewed families like hers with malice that defied logic. She noticed fewer carefree outings, fewer times her father returned from work wearing that small, confident smile. Even so, she clung to humour, scribbling short stories in notebooks. They were full of lively characters, sometimes overshadowed by moral dilemmas she overheard adults discussing. In her own fictionals, she rearranged reality to make sense of it. At school, Anne forged relationships that were both superficial and meaningful. Some classmates were simply partners for projects. Others were confidants who exchanged hushed confessions about shifting alliances in Europe. The teachers seemed increasingly tense. The slightest classroom disruption could ignite frustrations. Sometimes talk of censorship or newly imposed rules floated around the corridors. When a classmate whispered that their family was planning to flee to Britain, Anne's heart pounded in fear and envy. fear, because it confirmed that danger was near, envy because that option might not be open to her. The sense of uncertainty pressed on her chest at night. In those months, she developed a small yet persistent habit of journaling, practiced daily self-reflection as a child before she gained notoriety for her diaries and wrote about food shortages, about a favourite candy no longer in stock, about the annoyance of wearing an armband with the Star of David if it ever came to that in the Netherlands, about the disapproval she sensed when walking around certain parts of the city. She wrote about hoping to see a film star in the streets, about admiring the carefree swirl of a dancer's skirt she once glimpsed. She wrote because it let her feelings breathe beyond the hush of fear. Tension turned to reality when German forces invaded the Netherlands in May 1940. The swiftness of that invasion left the Dutch reeling. For Anne, the city she had come to love was transformed overnight. Buildings still stood, shops were still open, but there was an unshakable sense of foreboding. Soldiers marched along roads she used to find friendly. The radio blared unfamiliar proclamations. Suddenly, daily freedoms were chipped away. Jewish children like Anne were restricted from certain playgrounds, certain schools. The weight of each new rule encroached on her sense of self, as if invisible hands were reconfiguring her place in the world. Still, the Franks tried to maintain a semblance of ordinariness. They participated in subdued gatherings with other Jewish families, exchanging nervous jokes to lighten the mood. Anne noticed the flickers of worry in adult conversations. How does one navigate forced restrictions? Could one travel safely? The men discussed forging connections to get visas or find safe houses, while the women lamented about rationing or the difficulty of obtaining essential supplies. For Anne, these evenings often ended with her retreating to her bedroom, mind swarming with 1,000 questions. She tried to keep her voice steady, telling Margot ridiculous jokes to break the tension. The jokes often fell flat, but they were attempts to cling to normalcy. Increasingly, day-to-day activities felt like illusions. An insurmountable occupying force muffled the city's vibrant pulse. Anne would watch from her window as uniformed men passed by, hearing the slow crunch of boots on cobblestone. A sense of dread would seep into the depths of her stomach. She yearned for the old city, the one still alive in her memories, a place of swirling canal reflections and laughter among street vendors. She missed the version of life where she could imagine any future she wanted, without the weight of a designated identity forced upon her by prejudice. And yet, even in these shadows, she held on to a spark of hope, perhaps borrowed from her father's quiet optimism, that a better day would come if they could only outlast the madness. The year 1942 arrived with a more oppressive atmosphere. Anne could feel it in the stiffening posture of her teachers and the solemn hush that fell whenever an official notice was posted in the neighbourhood. She turned 13 that June, though the celebrations were muted. Her family still managed a birthday cake, scrounging for ingredients wherever they could, and it was in that flickering moment of normality that Anne received a checkered diary. She had always enjoyed writing, but this diary felt different. It had a lock, symbolic in ways she did not yet understand. It promised a private domain for her expanding thoughts. Shortly after, life changed abruptly. Orders circulated that Jewish families might be relocated, or worse, taken away. When Margot received a summons to a labour camp in Germany, Otto recognised the writing on the wall. He had already prepared a secret hiding place, a concealed section of the office building where he ran his business. The plan had been set for some time, but the final push to execute it came with terrifying immediacy. The family packed their things hurriedly, leaving behind large pieces of furniture, personal belongings, and cherished objects that would have signalled a life in progress. Anne's head spun that day. She tucked her new diary under her arm, while her mother insisted on bringing a few personal mementos. The ordinarily chatty Anne found herself tongue-tied as they walked through the dim streets early in the morning, wearing several layers of clothing to avoid carrying suitcases. She was scared to look at anyone's face. She feared the disapproval or suspicion that might lurk in a passerby's eyes. When they finally reached the annex, slipping into its hidden corridors, she felt an odd mixture of relief and dread. She felt a mixture of relief at having found a temporary shelter and dread at what isolation would do to them all. The secret annex was cramped, made up of several small rooms behind a movable bookcase. The Franks were joined by another family, the Van Pels, whom Anne would later label Van Daan in her diary, and a dentist named Fritz Pfeffer, Albert Dussel. The arrangement was necessary for survival, but hardly conducive to comfort. Thin walls meant little privacy. Often, someone would be in the makeshift kitchen at odd hours, rustling through meagre supplies. The single bathroom demanded coordination and patience, especially in the mornings when personal space was at its premium. At 13, Anne chafed under these conditions. She missed the outdoors, the swirl of city life, and her friends. In her diary, she spilled raw honesty onto the pages, frustration with the grown-up scoldings, her disagreements with Mrs. Van Pels, her feelings of being misunderstood by her mother. She felt stifled by the incessant reminder that she must remain quiet during certain hours so the workers downstairs wouldn't suspect their presence. She discovered how footsteps on creaky floorboards could set her pulse racing. Every muffled noise became a potential danger. The annex was a fortress made not of stone but of secrecy, where any slip in vigilance might lead to catastrophe. Yet, amid the tension, there were flickers of hope. Helpers on the outside, trusted employees like Miep Gears, risked their safety to provide supplies and updates. Through them, Anne kept a tenuous link to the world beyond. She heard rumours of Allied forces pushing against Nazi lines, gleaned stories of neighbours who had managed to flee. The news was not always comforting, often it relayed more horrors, but it was a reminder that life existed beyond the walls she now inhabited. Anne's emotional world became increasingly complex. She found that her diary was the sole outlet where she could shed the mask she wore around the annex's cramped quarters. She named the diary Kitty, personifying it as her confidant. Each page was a story on which she could vent her teenage frustrations, the pangs of budding romance she harboured for Peter Van Pels, the sense of inadequacy she felt when compared to Margot, and the longing to be recognised as more than a chatterbox. She craved independence, yet her entire existence now depended on the group's collective ability to stay invisible. The mental strain of living in tight confinement tested everyone. Small disagreements ballooned into thunderous standoffs. Someone's cooking style became a proxy for deeper resentments. A snore at night might provoke laughter one day, and fury the next. Anne, perceptive as she was, noted these shifts. She saw how fear chipped away at adult composure. Even the calm, steady Otto lost some of his cheerful veneer. He worked painstakingly on ledgers and accounts, trying to help manage the business from afar. But it was an odd charade, acting as though life was normal while concealed behind a bookshelf. As weeks turned into months, the outside world receded. The war raged on beyond their concealed perch. Occasionally, Anne glanced out a hidden window at the church tower that loomed above the city. Its bells reminded her that life still ticked forward, unstoppable. Every ring was a brief invitation to imagine the bustle of a free world. And yet, each ring was also a reminder of her entrapment, that the clock was running in a timeline she could not fully join. Every day, she wrote. She poured her observations into lines that tried to reconcile the tension of living with hope in the midst of imminent danger. The confines pressed in on her, forging a young mind's determination to remain spirited even when shadows lengthened. As summer gave way to autumn in 1942, the secret annex adopted its own patterns, stilted ones, but patterns nonetheless. Office workers rustled in the building below, hushed in the mornings. The inhabitants tiptoed through daily chores, mindful that a dropped spoon or a raised voice might shatter the fragile illusion of an empty space overhead. Afternoons brought slight relief. The offices would close, allowing more freedom of movement and the chance to whisper with fewer constraints. Anne's self-awareness deepened in this seclusion. She dissected every glance, every offhand remark exchanged among the annex residents. She noticed subtle changes in her mother's eyes, sadness marinated with resignation. She saw new lines etched across Otto's forehead, reflecting the weight of shepherding them all through this ordeal. And she recognised reflections of her own changing emotions mirrored in Peter Van Pels, who retreated into corners of the annex to escape the watchful gaze of adults. Peter fascinated her. He was different from the boys she used to know of at school, who laughed loudly and chased one another through the streets. He was awkward, uncertain, often caught in the crossfire of his parents' arguments. In that environment, Anne began seeing him as more than a housemate. There were fleeting moments in the attic space, rummaging for a jar of beans or a quiet place to think, when their eyes met. It was a wordless connection, the electric hum of adolescence overshadowed by the hum of approaching warplanes. She continued filling her diary, now with an emphasis on self-examination. She asked why she often argued with her mother, why she felt overshadowed by Margot, and how she could nurture a sense of individual identity in a place that demanded conformity for survival. At times, she was startled by her introspections. She was discovering corners of her mind she never would have explored in a free-flowing world. The enforced stillness gave her time to question everything. This internal blossoming did not come without friction. Anne's spirited nature grated on others. Mrs. Van Pels found her chatter too bold, her opinions too insistent. Fritz Pfeffer, a meticulous man accustomed to his own routines, complained that Anne's nighttime writing disturbed his need for rest. Yet, the more they tried to rein her in, the stronger her resolve grew. She believed that if external freedoms were stripped away, her internal world was the one realm she could still shape. She would not allow that final sanctuary to be censored. Meanwhile, the war pressed closer. Occasionally, they heard about neighbourhood raids or saw glimpses of uniformed soldiers carrying out arrests in the distance. Every time they heard knocks or footsteps near the bookcase, their hearts raced. The fear of discovery gnawed at them daily. Anne was learning how easily terror could become normal, how one could adapt to a constant state of near panic, eventually folding it into the fabric of everyday existence. Food shortages became a pressing concern, meals grew monotonous. Potatoes, once a staple, became a treasure when they could get them. Dried beans and cabbage soup rotated through their limited menu. These hardships kindled resentment. It was simple to blame each other for miscounted rations or mistakes in planning. In public, families might declare unity. In reality, stuck in tight quarters, small tensions could erupt into lasting grudges. Anne documented this. She wrote about overhearing whispered accusations, about the tension swirling in the cramped kitchen when an extra morsel of bread was unaccounted for. Yet even in these fractious moments, an undercurrent of mutual dependence bound them. They knew they either survived together or fell together. Anne's diary entries also captured flickers of humour that glimmered amid the gloom. Once, Mr. Van Pels tried to fix a faulty lampshade using a contraption of wire and tape. It collapsed spectacularly, prompting exasperated shouts that devolved into communal laughter. Another time, Anne found an old board game that had lost half its pieces and improvised rules for a clumsy new version. They played, and for an hour, life felt almost ordinary, a tiny triumph in a sea of anxiety. Week by week, Anne underwent a quiet evolution. She was still a teenager, prone to exasperation and mood swings, yet her words, penned by candlelight, revealed a maturity shaped by adversity. She reflected on the nature of good and evil, on the question of whether people were basically kind or fundamentally cruel. She tried to make sense of the paradox, how she could still believe in the potential for goodness while the world outside raged with violence and persecution. In those fleeting moments before sleep, when she heard others breathing softly in the next room, she yearned for a future full of colour and open skies. She wondered if she'd ever again ride a bicycle along Amsterdam's canals, feel the wind against her cheeks, and choose her path without fear. That longing for normal life coexisted with a newfound realization. She was growing into a person who did not just see but felt profoundly. She was forging a philosophy, an unspoken pact with herself to cling to hope and introspection, no matter how ominous the nights became. In the interplay between her hidden existence and her unquenchable curiosity, Anne was crafting a voice that would, in time, resonate far beyond the confines of a secret annex. Winter blanketed Amsterdam in a drab light, the city's chill seeping into the annex. Darkness fell earlier, which meant longer hours of hushed existence. The building's wooden beams groaned in the cold, a haunting reminder of how fragile and temporary their refuge was. Inside, the residents braced for gloom, not just meteorological but emotional. With each passing day, the outside world carried rumours of intensifying conflict, deeper atrocities, and diminishing hope for those targeted by Nazi decrees. During these months, Anne's reflections took on a more poetic bent. She wrote about the shapes of clouds beyond the attic window, about missing the sun on her cheeks. Whenever she managed a glimpse outside, a pang of loss coursed through her. She grieved not just for the restrictions placed on her life, but for the uncountable stories unfolding in the city below. Stories of neighbours, acquaintances, entire families being torn from their homes. She yearned to capture that heartbreak in words, as if writing could stitch together the frayed edges of collective suffering. Inside the annex, relationships continued to evolve. Anne's dynamic with Peter became deeper and more complicated. In half-lit corners, they spoke in halting whispers, sometimes about trivial things, childhood pranks or favourite foods, but increasingly about the future. Each conversation was tinged with a sense of borrowed time. They didn't declare romance in any grand way. In fact, their connection felt more like a quest for solace. Two adolescents drawing warmth from each other's company, while surrounded by a menacing void. However, it was impossible to suppress teenage impulses. Occasional jealousy flared. Anne sometimes felt overshadowed by Margot's studious composure. Meanwhile, Peter felt claustrophobic under the constant watch of his parents. The push-pull of adolescence, typically played out in schoolyards and social gatherings, was compressed into this hidden space. A single harsh word could unravel hours of unspoken camaraderie. They each grappled with the realization that they were forced to grow up faster than they'd ever wanted. Despite the daily dread, intellectual pursuits flourished in the annex, spurred by the older inhabitants' desire to keep the teenagers' minds engaged. Otto and Mrs. Van Pels quizzed Margot and Anne on geography, history, languages. Pfeffer, for all his quirks, had moments of generosity, sharing knowledge about dentistry or discussing foreign literature he'd read in his younger days. Books, smuggled in by helpers, were as precious as any ration. They devoured them, gleaning glimpses of worlds untouched by the crackdown they faced. These small acts of learning became defiance, an assertion that they still had the right to grow, think, and imagine. However, the tension of captivity took its toll. Privacy was scarce. If one person needed a moment alone, they had to negotiate with the rest, rearranging the living area or waiting for others to be occupied elsewhere. Tones of voice grew sharper. Some nights, Anne pressed her ear to the thin walls and listened to the muffled arguments. Money worries, fear of betrayal, or the question of whether to trust certain acquaintances outside, everything was debated in hushed, urgent tones. The claustrophobia was physical, but it was also spiritual. Each person carried the dread that one betrayed secret, one careless word could doom them. In the diaries, Anne noted these cracks in the foundation of their enforced togetherness, but she did so with a remarkable empathy for the adults. She recognised they were doing their best in unthinkable circumstances. Otto tried to maintain an even temperament, urging reason when tempers flared. Some nights, he'd gather everyone to read a book aloud or discuss a snippet of radio news. For a short while, the flickering lamp would illuminate a circle of sombre faces, each participant clutching at hope that maybe, just maybe, the tide of war was turning. As the winter wore on, the line between day and night blurred. The impetus to remain hidden, combined with the shortage of indoor light, meant it was all too easy to lose track of time. Sometimes Anne woke, unsure if dawn was near or if it was still the depths of midnight. In that surreal twilight, she'd scribble in her diary by candlelight. Despite her uncertainty about what love meant in such dire circumstances, she penned confessions of love in her diary. She wrote about the anger she felt toward a world that had pinned a target on her family's back. She wrote about the faith she still had in human decency, though it teetered precariously. One particular entry documented a profound realization. She understood that her life's narrative might never be fully shared with the world. The diaries could be lost, or she could vanish. The thought of losing the diaries struck her with a chilling force. Rather than giving in to despair, she channeled that fear into a fierce determination to document everything she could. If this was the only record she might leave behind, she wanted to ensure it was honest. She refused to portray herself merely as a victim. She wanted the pages to convey the complexity of her internal life, the moments of laughter, the daydreams, the defiance, and the longing for small acts of liberation. Outside, the war crept closer. The sky sometimes roared with aircraft engines, Allied bombers perhaps forging a path that might liberate Europe, but with each tremor, the annex residents clung to each other, uncertain if bombs might tear the neighbourhood apart. In the hush that followed these raids, Anne's breath would catch in her throat. She sensed the precariousness of her existence. Yet each time dawn came, she would push back against despair, buoyed by an unexplainable resolve. If she couldn't move freely in the physical world, she would soar through the realm of thought, words and dreams. That was the ember she refused to let go. Spring of 1944 brought faint glimmers of optimism to the annex. Allied successes were whispered about, fueling speculation that liberation might be on the horizon. Anne was buoyed by these rumours. Each new snippet of promising news was a lifeline in her claustrophobic reality. She reread the few books they possessed, letting her imagination roam beyond the walls. She allowed herself to imagine post-war life, returning to school, travelling through open roads, carving out a future in journalism or literature. In her diary, she poured these fantasies into paragraphs bursting with yearning. Each page was a testament to her growing confidence as a writer. She refined her style, grappling with bigger questions about humanity and morality. If the outside world discovered her words, she wanted them to see a teenager who had wrestled with life's rawness under extraordinary pressures. She revised entries, polishing them like a craftsman, seeking clarity and expression. It was a bid for self-determination in a sphere she could control, however small. Yet behind the buoyancy of hope, tension still simmered. The annex had endured nearly 2 years of confinement, and patience was wearing thin. Arguments erupted over trivial issues, how to budget dwindling resources, who neglected to wash dishes properly, or whose footsteps had been too loud during office hours. Sometimes these disputes opened deeper wounds, releasing anxieties about betrayal, or doubts about whether the helpers could continue risking their own safety indefinitely. Anne found these blow-ups both draining and strangely fascinating, as if she were watching an intricate play in which everyone was an unwilling actor. By midsummer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam felt expectant. Air raids became more frequent, indicating that the war front was shifting. Rumours circulated about a possible Allied invasion. Anne's heart soared each time she heard the drones of planes overhead. It meant the Nazis might soon lose their grip on the Netherlands. She pictured soldiers marching in to free them, imagined stepping out of the annex and blinking in the bright sunlight of an Amsterdam street. The daydream was so vivid she could almost taste it. Then, one August afternoon, the unthinkable happened. In a flurry of panic, their hideout was discovered. The exact circumstances remain debated. Some suspect a tip from an informant, others blame an accidental slip of information. For Anne, all that mattered was the sudden pounding on the door, the heavy boots on the stairs, the abrupt intrusion into their concealed world. Fear seized her body, a terror so stark it made her eyes blur. It was as if everything slowed. The look of shock on Otto's face, the trembling hands of Mrs. Van Pels, the hush that fell over them as uniformed officers burst in. In the aftermath, they were taken into custody, forced to surrender personal belongings, including Anne's beloved diary. She had no time to secure it, no chance to salvage her carefully honed words. She felt as though part of her identity was wrenched away. Together with her family and the others, she was hustled into the trucks, then trains, herded alongside strangers wearing the same bewildered, hollow expressions. The transit led to the Westerbork transit camp first, a grim holding station for those awaiting transport to concentration camps deeper in Nazi-occupied territory. There, Anne confronted the mass scale of the persecution she had only heard about in bits and pieces. Sleep was fitful, marred by the wails of children separated from parents, by the unrelenting stench of overcrowded barracks. She clung to her family, though even that solace felt tenuous in the face of so many horrors. From Westerbork, they were crammed into freight cars bound for Auschwitz. It was a journey of unimaginable discomfort, with little food or water, suffocating air, and a brutal sense of finality. In the corners of the car, she glimpsed people too weak to stand, while others, gripped by despair, rocked back and forth silently. Anne's mind reeled with her questions. How could humanity reach such cruelty? Where was the justice for all these souls packed like cargo? She tried to recall lines from her diary, from the future she had once envisioned. She thought of passing them on by word of mouth if she couldn't write them anymore. But words no longer felt adequate. Auschwitz was a kaleidoscope of fear. Barking guards, snaking barbed wire, towering chimneys. Family members were separated upon arrival. Otto was taken away from the women. Anne, Margot, and Edith stayed together initially, although conditions were beyond dreadful. Stripped of personal belongings, forced to endure roll calls in the cold, they found themselves in a world that tested every last shred of hope. Still, Anne clutched the memory of her father's reassuring voice and the faint possibility that they might all survive. Before long, she and Margot were transferred to Bergen-Belsen, a camp in northern Germany. There, disease and starvation raged. As the winter of 1944 to 1945 bore down, the camp devolved into an even harsher nightmare. Food was scarce, sanitation non-existent. and each day more prisoners vanished from the makeshift huts, succumbing to typhus and other illnesses. Amid this grim reality, Anne's own strength ebbed. She coughed through the nights, feverish, her body worn thin, yet to her last conscious moments, she reportedly still clung to the slender thread of hope that she might one day see a world free of these torments. The flame in her eyes flickered, but it never entirely died. She had believed in something better. The weeks leading to Anne's death in early 1945 at Bergen-Belsen remained partially shrouded in uncertainty. Accounts from survivors mentioned that she was frail, afflicted by the rampant disease that haunted the camp. Margot was similarly weakened. Both sisters, once so distinct, Margot the studious one, Anne the outspoken dreamer, were reduced to gaunt silhouettes in the chaos of camp life. Starvation, exhaustion, and illness conspired to steal away their final reserves of energy. Their mother, Edith, had died in Auschwitz months earlier, and the separation from their father was complete. Neither sister knew that Otto Frank was still alive. Otto would be the only member of the immediate Frank family to survive the Holocaust. Liberated by the Soviet forces at Auschwitz, he began the agonizing search for his wife and daughters once the war ended. Hopes were cruelly dashed as he confirmed, step by step, that Edith had not made it, and that Anne and Margot had perished in Bergen-Belsen just weeks before British troops arrived to free the camp. In that painful discovery, Otto lost more than his family. He lost the future he'd fought so hard to protect during their years in hiding. Amid the staggering grief, a slender thread of continuity emerged. Anne's writings, Miep Gies, one of the faithful helpers who had risked her own life to hide the Franks, had discovered Anne's diary left behind in the annex. She protected it, unaware of its full significance, hoping one day to return it to Anne herself. When Otto came back, broken and haunted, Miep handed him the papers, the notebooks, and the loose pages. In those delicate stacks lay Anne's words, raw, insightful, and at times painfully honest. Reading them was an ordeal for Otto. Each sentence bore the imprint of a daughter who no longer existed. Yet, as he ventured further, he recognized that Anne had transcended the limitations of her dire situation. Her diary was not just a record of fear, but also a testament to a young soul's will to dream and make sense of a senseless world. Otto saw that this wasn't a private chronicle of self-pity. Instead, it was a clarion call from a teenage girl who kept her mind vibrant under unimaginable constraints. She had turned introspection into a shield, and her pen had become a voice that soared beyond the annex walls. Gradually, Otto decided to share Anne's writings with a wider audience. He believed the world needed to hear her story, not to sensationalize tragedy, but to bear witness to the quiet heroism in a teenager's reflections. Initially, publishers hesitated. War memoirs were abundant, and some feared there was no appetite for yet another. Yet once the diary was finally printed in 1947, under the title Het Achterhuis, The Secret Annex, its resonance was immediate. Readers recognized Anne's vivid humanity. Her teenage worries, yearnings, and insight struck a chord that transcended the specifics of time and place. Her words made the Holocaust personal, one voice speaking for millions who could no longer speak. Over the subsequent decades, Anne Frank's diary was translated into dozens of languages, staged as plays, adapted into films, and included in curricula around the globe. Some commentators questioned the sanctification of a single story when so many lives had been lost. Others worried that her universal appeal risked diluting the brutal realities of the Holocaust. Yet few disputed the authenticity and power of her diary, which offered a profound glimpse into how hatred warps society and how an individual spirit can remain defiant. The annex itself became a museum, a tangible space where visitors could experience the cramped rooms and steep staircases that shaped Anne's daily existence. People from every corner of the world filed through, imagining the silent dread that once enveloped that hidden sanctuary. In those quiet rooms, Anne's voice still seemed to hover, urging reflection, on the precarious balance between survival and betrayal, on the nature of hope amid despair, on the vulnerability that defines our shared humanity. For readers in the 21st century, indeed for any era, Anne's writing remains startling in its intimacy and relevance. She documented her teenage angst with a frankness that resonates with anyone who has navigated self-doubt, family tensions, or the desire to be heard beyond that, she recorded how the rhythms of ordinary life could unravel under totalitarianism. In the face of hatred, her diary stands as both evidence and indictment, a reminder that oppression doesn't start with concentration camps, but with smaller steps of exclusion and prejudice. Though she never lived to see the liberation she craved, Anne's story has endured for generations. It's a story not only of horror, but also of the transformative power of bearing witness through art. Her diary is more than a historical artifact. It is a living conversation between past and present, warning us that the fragile freedoms we cherish must be protected. In its pages, we find the echoes of a curious, hopeful spirit, urging us to remain vigilant against the complacency that allows hatred to flourish. And so, despite her tragic end, Anne Frank's legacy carries the force of a life interrupted but not silenced. Through her words, she continues to speak, to question, to observe, to challenge. That voice, gentle yet unwavering, reminds us that in even the darkest of times, there remains a spark of resilience ready to ignite a broader understanding of compassion, empathy, and the fragile bonds that hold us all together. Its roots lie in the escalating tensions between the United States and Japan. In the early 20th century, Japan emerged as a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December 7, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available: USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers, yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralising Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The fourth Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All 4 Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, it was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. Its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game-changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority in carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. The realization set in, victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favor of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain. It was a chilly afternoon in South London at the turn of the 20th century, where a slight boy named Charlie scans the streets for small wonders. Thick soot hangs in the air, dulling wan sunlight. Cobblestone roads gleam with recent rain, while horse-drawn carriages clatter by. Passers-by rarely notice Charlie, yet there's a glimmer in his eyes, a hint he sees possibilities others miss. At home, life is tenuous. His father, Charles Chaplin Sr., once sang in music halls, but that promise has dimmed beneath alcohol and regret. Charlie remembers nights when his father's lullabies softened the cramped walls, and others have muttered arguments. Meanwhile, his mother, Hannah, struggles to maintain equilibrium in her own fragile world. She once performed too, and sometimes urges Charlie to mimic everyday oddities. Other times, she vanishes into a haze, leaving him to wonder if his antics can reach her. Charlie hones his observational skills in their tiny flat. A single candle flickers in the hearth, casting shadows that inspire makeshift performances. He imitates a neighbour's theatrical gestures or a local gentleman's pompous stride, earning a weary smile from Hannah. Outside, Lambeth's narrow streets become his stage. He notes the lamplighter's angled stance, a stray dog's bark, the swirl of a violin from a pub. Where others see grime, he sees comedic fodder. His older half-brother, Sidney, is more practical, working odd jobs and scolding Charlie for daydreaming. However, even Sidney is unable to overlook Charlie's ability to elicit laughter with a simple roll of the eyes or a humorous bow. Their bond, forged by hunger and transience, is a fragile lifeline. When hunger gnaws louder than any applause, Charlie lurks behind a local theatre. He peers through half-closed doors at rehearsals, mesmerised by fluttering curtains and swirling costumes. Sometimes a stagehand shoos him away, other times he's allowed a few minutes to soak in the magic. Back home, he reenacts what he's witnessed, stumbling in time to imaginary music or making Hannah chuckle with a pratfall. Poverty grows relentless. Hannah's grip on reality wavers until authorities intervene, placing Charlie in a workhouse. The regimented routine is harsh, a stark contrast to the cramped flat. Yet he refuses to be crushed. Late at night, he entertains the other children by mimicking the warden's stiff poses or parodying petty quarrels. Laughter becomes a brief reprieve from fear. After his workhouse stint, Charlie returns to a London changed by his mother's decline. He finds a spot in a children's dance troupe by mixing clumsy flailing with sudden bursts of comedic timing. That audition marks his first real step onto a public stage. The touring schedule is grueling, cramped trains, threadbare costumes, but applause, however faint, sparks new hope. Sidney helps manage what little they earn, convinced show business might be their only escape from poverty. Charlie's comedic flair grows, shaped by the everyday misfortunes he observes. If he sees a fruit seller trip, he'll practice that motion later, perfecting it until it's hilarious yet strangely touching. Each pratfall or wide-eyed stare draws from real life, turning ordinary mishaps into moments that transcend dire circumstances. Though the future remains uncertain, Charlie's heart beats to the tempo of creative mischief. Even as he frets over Hannah's well-being, he senses destiny tugging him forward. The boy with the curious gaze is no mere spectator. He's an alchemist, spinning hardship into comedic vignettes. These youthful experiments foreshadow a voice that will one day captivate audiences worldwide. For now, Charlie stages any street corner he can find, and his greatest reward is the unifying power of shared laughter. He still remembers how his father's lullabies once soared through the night, a momentary balm against hunger pangs and the bitter taste of fear. Sometimes, just before dawn, Charlie would lie awake, dreaming of a stage where sorrow could be recast as joy. In these idle moments, he memorized the rhythms of laughter, how it could erupt from even the bleakest circumstances. If a drunken neighbour stumbled, Charlie transformed it into a dance step that sparked grins. No matter how drab the alleyways, he found a spark to kindle his imagination. He sensed a well-timed tumble could lift weary spirits, even briefly. Those small victories fueled him. Amid the city's grey skies and lingering coal dust, Charlie found colour in humour, layering each new insight into his evolving repertoire. Unbeknownst to the crowds who passed him by, he was already practising for a role far larger than any shabby stay could contain. He was resolute. Charlie's mother, Hannah, succumbs to deeper mental fragility, and officials place him in a workhouse. Suddenly, the cramped familiarity of home is replaced by rigid schedules and faceless corridors. Children cry quietly, their hope eroding under stern watch. In this dreary labyrinth, Charlie clings to memories of Hannah's half-smiles and the musty warmth of dimly lit music halls. At night, he entertains the other kids, imitating wardens or reenacting staff disputes. Laughter, however faint, punctures the gloom. His stay is brief, thanks to sympathetic relatives who reunite him with Sydney. But Hannah's condition has worsened. At times, she acknowledges them, but at other moments, her own sorrow overwhelms her. Charlie's small comedic routines become lifelines, offering a glimmer of normalcy when all else fades. He auditions for a children's dance troupe with raw comedic timing, stumbling and flailing in ways that somehow shine. Despite threadbare clothes, he stands out, capturing the leader's curiosity. Soon, he tours dingy stages and half-full halls. Applause, however modest, affirms that he's more than his circumstances. Sydney manages logistics, scrounging for bookings. Both believe that if Charlie can succeed, they might secure better care for Hannah. Charlie refines each movement, storing real-life encounters for future skits. A pompous conductor or a clumsy fruit vendor sparks new routines. Observing life's contradictions becomes second nature. The schedule is grueling, nights in cold rooms, uncertain pay, unpredictable crowds. Yet each performance is a chance to spark joy. He learns timing is vital. Hold a pose too long and the gag falls flat. Collaboration with fellow acts teaches him to blend multiple comedic beats into a cohesive show. Hannah remains in his thoughts. Letters from home describe her fluctuating moods. Each laugh he conjures feels like a plea for her recovery, a silent vow to return triumphant. Through comedic alchemy, he tries to transform personal anguish into fleeting happiness. Small theatre ads begin to mention his name, labelling him an energetic comic. He meets older performers, many jaded by showbiz. Seeing their cynicism, Charlie resolves to remain hopeful. Performance, he believes, can be more than a paycheck. It can be an escape from bleakness. Though still young, he feels pressure to evolve. As the troupe's childlike novelty wears off, he adapts, weaving physical comedy into more refined sketches. He notices audiences respond to sincerity, even amid pratfalls. He aims to bridge the gap between comedic caricature and heartfelt empathy, so that wealthy patrons and struggling labourers alike find a piece of themselves in his act. A fresh uncertainty lingers. Adolescence creeps in, and he wonders how long he can play the endearing child. Yet each new show steels his resolve. He's tasted the rush of approval and the ache of indifference. Both drive him forward. Through it all, Hannah's plight remains the quiet drumbeat beneath every routine. Sydney's unwavering faith helps Charlie persevere. It's not just ambition fueling him, it's a sense of responsibility that has him perfecting pratfalls long after others stop rehearsing. If performance can grant even a fleeting reprieve from misery, Charlie is determined to seize it. By the close of this chapter, he stands at a threshold. Show business offers a path he can't fully envision, yet its promise glows brighter than any alternative. Each time he stumbles on stage, the audience's laughter reassures him that life need not be defined by poverty and sorrow. He's found a portal to possibility, one that might lift Hannah from her despair and validate the dreams he cradles. Without fanfare, Charlie ventures onward, believing in the subtle power of laughter to reshape a fate long overshadowed by hardship. He meticulously observes how a silence can intensify a punchline, or how a single raised eyebrow can convey a powerful message. During dreary train rides, he imagines new scenarios that blend humour with pathos, each crafted to nudge the audience's hearts. Sometimes, stagehands roll their eyes at his perfectionism, but Charlie feels compelled to push his talent further. He learns to spot a crowd's energy from the wings, guessing whether they crave slapstick or subtler pantomime. During these early years, he begins to understand the transformative power of comedy. It serves as a comfort against fear and a subtle jab at life's harsh realities. Even the simplest gag can spark unity among strangers. What began as a mere means to eat and survive now feels like a calling that transcends the drabness of London's underbelly. For Charlie, each new routine is a promise that better days might lie ahead. He yearns to be a spark, igniting hope wherever shadows. Charlie's teenage years arrive with dizzying changes. His time in small revues and children's troupes evolves into appearances at modest music halls. He expands his comedic repertoire, practicing pratfalls and silent gags in threadbare dressing rooms. In each performance, he earns an uncanny ability to mimic life's quirks, be it the haughty nod of a station master or the timid shuffle of a stray dog. Every odd job or peculiar encounter in London's streets provides him with new material to refine. Money remains scarce, and Hannah's health teeters, yet Charlie's sense of purpose intensifies. He's drawn to the spotlight, not just for applause, but for the electricity it brings, a fleeting connection between performer and audience that feels transformative. Sydney stays close, offering both fraternal advice and business acumen. They share an unspoken pact to keep Hannah's well-being at the forefront of their ambitions. If Charlie can climb higher in the entertainment world, perhaps there will be funds to secure better care for her. Opportunity soon knocks in the form of a vaudeville act looking for fresh talent. Charlie seizes the chance. Stepping into a larger circuit that promises slightly better wages and exposure, he discovers an industry brimming with eccentric personalities, jaded comedians who cling to worn-out routines, dancers who sparkle on stage but sob in back alleys, and promoters who talk of fame but pay with coins that barely cover a meal. Charlie navigates it all with a mix of wonder and guarded optimism, gleaning hard lessons about showbiz's fickle nature. On stage, he amplifies his comedic style. His routines feature rapid-fire physical antics interspersed with brief moments of pathos, a balance that intrigues audiences. Unlike some comedians who rely solely on slapstick, Charlie finds that a touch of vulnerability elicits deeper laughter, a camaraderie that bridges social divides. Even the rowdiest crowds quiet when he punctuates a bumbling pratfall with a wistful look, as though yearning for a gentler world. This blend of humour and heart gradually becomes his calling card, a nascent hint of what he'll later perfect in silent cinema. Travelling across England, he sees communities battered by the inequality and jobs lost to new machinery. It resonates with his memories of squalor and hunger, and he weaves these realities into his sketches. Sometimes, a simple gesture, a battered hat doffed at just the right moment, leaves an audience laughing yet oddly moved. He senses that comedy can highlight life's injustices without preaching. The applause that ensues frequently carries a hint of relief, as if laughter serves as the sole remedy for a chaotic world. Then, the Fred Carno Company beckons. Known for elaborate slapstick sketches and precise comedic timing, Carno's troupe is respected in vaudeville circles. After a swift audition in a cramped rehearsal room, Charlie is hired. Instantly, he steps into an environment where discipline matters as much as inspiration. Rehearsals stretch late into the night, every tumble carefully choreographed. Carno insists on meticulous synchronization. No comedic beat is left to chance. Charlie revels in this rigorous approach, discovering that the best gags require exact timing and intense focus. Carno's ensemble soon prepares to tour America, a land of mythic proportions in Charlie's eyes. Crossing the Atlantic on a crowded steamship, he feels the hum of possibility. The moment he steps onto American soil, he's overwhelmed by the frenetic energy of New York City. Towering skyscrapers, flashing electric lights, and melting pot neighborhoods ignite his curiosity. As Carno's troupe traverses the vaudeville circuit, Charlie devours fresh inspirations, the swagger of street vendors, the lilting drawl in a Mississippi town, and the raucous laughter of Midwestern audiences, performing night after night. He refines his craft under the pressure of instantaneous audience feedback. American theatregoers are rowdier and quicker to judge, but also lavish in their praise if they sense authenticity. Charlie's brand of physical comedy, tinged with empathy, resonates across state lines. He relishes each stage as a blank canvas to test new moves, contort his face into improbable expressions and spark roars of laughter. Here, pantomime transcends language. He doesn't need words to communicate longing, mischief, or sorrow. Between shows, he writes letters to Sydney, who remains in England to watch over Hannah. The updates brim with excitement at his American experiences, yet a thread of worry snakes through every line. Charlie wonders if each successful performance might bring him a step closer to the stability they crave, or if show business is as precarious in the States as it was back home. When the troupe reaches California, sun-drenched and teeming with new film studios, he grows restless. Rumours abound that moving pictures are the future of entertainment. While some older comics scoff, Charlie senses a fresh frontier. If he can convey so much with a simple gesture on stage, imagine what he could accomplish on camera, where expressions can be magnified for all to see. At the conclusion of the tour, Charlie finds himself in a precarious situation. Vaudeville has sharpened his comedic instincts, but the emerging world of film entices him. He's spent years learning how to craft a story with stumbles and glances rather than words. In this new medium, such skills might find their perfect home. Unsure how or when, he clings to the hope that his path will soon lead to film, a place where his silent eloquence might speak volumes. In his pocket, he keeps a note from Sydney detailing Hannah's improving spirits. That alone fortifies him. Each passing show intensifies his sense of a destiny he's just beginning to envision. Fortunately, Max Sennett, the head of the Keystone Film Company, notices Charlie's increasingly captivating stage presence. Intrigued by the wiry comedian who stirs laughter with a twitch of an eyebrow, Sennett offers him a short-term contract. Hesitant yet curious, Charlie steps onto a Keystone set in early 1914, surrounded by banana peels, frenzied chases, and broad slapstick scenes. The chaos is exhilarating, but the film process is unlike anything he's known. There's no native audio or audience to gauge his performance, just a camera that captures every move in stark finality. He soon embraces the novelty of it. Film allows multiple takes and close-ups that highlight his subtle expressions. Where vaudeville demanded exaggerated gestures to reach the back row, the camera reveals nuance, an eye roll, a knowing smirk, a delayed double take. Charlie revels in these details, quickly learning to craft comedic moments that linger. Audiences see these short reels in Nickelodeons across the country, giggling at the ungainly newcomer whose rubbery movements and distinctive moustache leave a lasting impression. Keystone churns out comedies at breakneck speed. The storylines are paper-thin, a love triangle here, a pie fight there, car chases zigzagging through city streets. Charlie, however, suspects that slapstick can be more than mere chaos. When he's given leeway to direct, he experiments, injecting small doses of empathy into the humour. A fleeting moment where his character sighs or appears embarrassed adds emotional texture to the pratfalls. Before long, his bowler hat, oversized pants and cane transform into a recognisable persona, still unnamed but undeniably distinct. He invests it with a humanity that resonates, even in the midst of Keystone's manic energy. Fame creeps up on him. Moviegoers start referring to him as the little fellow or the tramp, enthralled by his comedic oddities. Newspapers run blurbs praising his rubber-limbed antics. Charlie is still young and uncertain, yet he can't deny the sweet rush of public adoration. He sends bigger money orders back home, hoping Sydney can keep Hannah comfortable. Each success feels like a lifeline extended to the mother he fears he may never see fully healed. However, success within Keystone brings friction. The studio has its established methods, fast production, broad comedy, and Sennett grows uneasy with Charlie's desire for more control. Tensions rise when Charlie requests extra time to perfect a gag or begs for an additional shot to highlight a subtle reaction. While Sennett appreciates box office returns, he views Charlie's meticulous approach as disruptive. There are grumblings among the other comedians too, some of whom resent his rapid rise, yet Charlie can't help pushing boundaries. He believes that true comedy emerges from sincerity, not just frantic mano movement. Eventually, lured by a more generous offer, Charlie leaves Keystone for the S&A Film Manufacturing Company. There, he negotiates greater creative freedom. It's at S&A that he refines the tramp persona, melding slapstick with pathos in ways that both tickle and tug at the heart. Films like The Tramp and Work introduce audiences to a bumbling yet noble character who combats life's indignities with resilience. In these shorts, Charlie's comedic set pieces dance hand in hand with quiet moments of longing, ensuring viewers laugh even as they sense a deeper undercurrent of vulnerability. Critics soon hail him as a comedic genius. His paychecks swell, studios scramble to outbid each other, and fans clamour for the next release. Yet behind the scenes, Charlie grapples with isolation. Hollywood's glitz doesn't erase his memories of threadbare clothes, or the heartbreak of seeing Hannah slip away. Private dinners with industry magnates feel hollow, overshadowed by a longing for genuine connection. He writes letters to Sydney, pouring out doubts about whether he's simply dressing up old poverty in new silk, or if he's truly forging a path that matters. When he signs with the Mutual Film Corporation in 1916, the salary is astronomical for its time. More importantly, he secures near total autonomy on set. He directs, writes, stars, and even begins solo composing musical cues. This level of control, unheard of for most entertainers, lets him craft two real comedies that blend clowning with incisive satire. Each short film boldly explores comedic boundaries, all the while retaining an undeniable tenderness at its core. The public, eager for such inventive humour, devours them. By the close of Part 4, Charlie stands not just as a stage performer who dabbled in film, but as a movie pioneer shaping the language of silent comedy. His trademark shuffle, cane twirl, and half smile enchant audiences worldwide. Still, he's restless. The medium brims with unrealised potential, and he wants to test its limits. Even as he savours each new project, a spark in him yearns for something grander, a longer format to explore deeper narratives without sacrificing laughter. The worry that fortunes can change abruptly hovers in the back of his mind. But for now, in those silent reels, he's found an outlet for the empathy and mischief he first nurtured on London streets. With each new contract, Charlie's creative aspirations escalate. Mutual grants him near complete freedom, and his two reel comedies draw record profits. His Chaplin studios soon rise in Los Angeles, a testament to how far he's come from Lambeth's soot-laden alleys. Here, he fashions sets on a whim and refines comedic bits to exacting degrees. Prop men scramble to satisfy his sudden inspirations, while extras wait, intrigued by his meticulous approach. Some marvel at his devotion to scenes that run only a few minutes on screen, but Charlie insists every frame carry his unmistakable stamp. Now that he earns a fortune, Hollywood's high life beckons, yet he feels uneasy about opulence. Those who endured real poverty rarely shake its memory. Charlie prefers to pour resources into perfecting each film. His silent creations, like Easy Street or The Immigrant, layer pratfalls with social commentary. Even as audiences howl with laughter, they glimpse heartbreak in the tramp's eyes, the reflection of a man who's known desperation. Critics praise his artistry, calling his work a blend of whimsy and empathy, a comedic mirror held up to the tumult of everyday life. However, just as he settles into his routine, a sudden shift occurs. The silent era stands on the verge of a seismic transformation, the invention of talkies. Some studios embrace recorded sound with giddy excitement, certain it will revolutionize film. Others fear it might cheapen the universal language of pantomime. Charlie watches these developments warily. His art relies on expressive gesture. Wouldn't spoken dialogue fragment the broad appeal that made the Tramp beloved worldwide? He's torn between clinging to silence and experimenting with sound. For a time, he sidesteps the issue by pushing silent film to new heights. Shoulder Arms, set amid the trenches of World War I, merges slapstick with the wartime satire, resonating with soldiers and families seeking a glimmer of hope in dark times. Audiences hail it as a testament to comedy's power to sustain morale. His studio becomes a bustling creative hive. Carpenters hammer away at elaborate sets, while musical directors work in tandem to ensure that live orchestras can perfectly underscore each comedic beat. As the 1920s roar on, silent cinema flowers, and Charlie stands at its pinnacle. Alongside other legends, he's revered for forging a distinct comedic grammar, close-ups that capture a flicker of pathos, comedic sequences that unfold like orchestrated ballets. Yet the clamour for sound intensifies. Films like The Jazz Singer stun Hollywood by demonstrating that moviegoers will pay to hear performers speak and sing. Investors in Charlie's ventures become restless, doubting his ability to navigate the new sonic storm. Unwilling to jump blindly, Charlie moves cautiously. His next major project, the circus, remains silent, showcasing the tramp amid lion cages and high-wire antics. The production is fraught. Financial woes, technical snags, and a dissolving marriage all burden Charlie's spirit. However, despite his constant editing and re-editing, the core of the comedy remains unwavering. When the film premieres in 1928, audiences roar with laughter and tears. For Charlie, it's validation that silence, if wielded thoughtfully, can still conquer hearts. Behind the scenes, he wrestles with personal turbulence. Tabloids feast on his tumultuous romances, painting him as both genius and scoundrel. Hollywood thrives on scandal, and Charlie's rising fame makes him a prime target. He yearns for a quiet refuge to develop his ideas without constant scrutiny. Instead, he juggles public expectations, legal entanglements, and the relentless pulse of show business. Though reclusive by nature, he forces himself to mingle at lavish parties, aware that isolation can be as perilous as exposure. Gradually, he warms to the possibilities of sound, provided it can enhance rather than overshadow the silent charms of his tramp. By the end of the decade, he's toying with the idea of partially synchronized scores, using orchestras and effects to accentuate, not replace, pantomime. The talkies persist in their assault, yet Charlie decides to confront them according to his own terms. His worldview insists that laughter needs no translation, that a raised eyebrow or sly grin can transcend barriers words might construct. As the 1930s approach, Charlie contemplates taking bolder risks. Silent shorts have sufficed thus far, but cinematic evolution beckons him to attempt larger, more cohesive stories. Society, too, is in flux, teetering from the affluence of the roaring 20s toward ominous economic shadows. If the tramp was once a whimsical figure scrounging for dignity, perhaps now he might speak for an entire generation on the brink of upheaval. Standing atop the industry he helped define, Charlie faces the question: how to keep silent film's poetic essence alive while stepping into a future brimming with sound. The Great Depression grinds the world down, yet Charlie presses on, determined to show that humour can still provide solace. Despite intensifying pressure to produce talkies, he chooses to release City Lights in 1931, nearly silent except for a musical score and a few sound effects. Many in Hollywood consider him foolhardy, warning that audiences now crave spoken dialogue. Charlie ignores them. The tale of the tramp and a blind flower girl unfolds in pantomime, underscored by poignant music. At the premiere, the audience's reaction is electric. Some weep, others cheer, but all rise to applaud a film that reaffirms silent cinema's unique power. Bolstered by City Lights, Charlie attempts a daring encore with Modern Times, released in 1936. Once again, the tramp remains essentially voiceless, caught in a whirlwind of assembly lines, gears, and mechanized modernity. The film skewers industrial dehumanization, reflecting the anxieties of a workforce battered by the Depression. As comedic as it is, Modern Times bristles with social commentary, drawing on Charlie's own memories of poverty. The final frame, with the tramp wandering an open road, suggests a blend of hope and uncertainty emblematic of the era. Yet the political climate darkens further. Totalitarian regimes rise in Europe and war clouds loom. Charlie, who has always viewed humour as a universal unifier, now feels compelled to act. He pours his energies into The Great Dictator, a bold satire targeting fascism. This time he speaks. Casting himself as both a ruthless dictator and a humble Jewish barber, he delivers monologues that lampoon tyranny and plead for common humanity. Critics wonder if the public will accept him in a role so overtly political. But upon its 1940 release, the film provokes huge debate and garners massive acclaim. The final speech, an impassioned call for empathy, becomes one of cinema's most memorable moments. This newfound outspokenness, however, places Charlie in the crosshairs of an American society entering a period of heightened paranoia. As war escalates, patriotism takes on rigid contours. Charlie's British citizenship and vocal opinions on global affairs spark suspicion. Gossip magazines spin narratives about his private life, labelling him a radical or worse. The FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, compiles files on him. His open disdain for bigotry and his sympathy for the underprivileged are recast by some as communist sympathies. Even so, Charlie clings to the belief that laughter can diffuse hatred. He attends charity events, pushes for war relief efforts, and speaks out against discrimination. Meanwhile, personal setbacks mount. Controversial relationships, painful fall, divorces, and grueling legal battles keep him in the headlines. He tries to shield his children from the spectacle, wrestling with the chasm between his comedic persona and the scrutiny that dogs him day and night. His extravagant lifestyle, once a symbol of success, now feeds criticism. Enemies portray him as an out-of-touch celebrity meddling in political issues. With the end of World War II, relief is short-lived. A fresh wave of suspicion engulfs Hollywood as the Cold War dawns. Government committees investigate subversive elements in entertainment, and Charlie's name surfaces repeatedly. He defends himself in newspapers, maintaining his stance that comedy must be free to question authority. Still, the tide of public opinion begins to shift. Audiences that once embraced his universal humour grow uneasy at the glare of controversy, leaving Charlie torn between speaking his conscience and preserving his beloved tramp's image. Under these pressures, he completes Monsieur Verdoux, a dark comedy exploring the ethics of murder for profit. Audiences, expecting playful slapstick, are jarred by the film's biting social commentary. Reviews are mixed, and critics argue over whether Charlie has gone too far. Some hail the film as bold satire, others label it unpatriotic. The box office takes a hit. Charlie notices that for the first time in decades his work struggles to find unqualified acclaim. Compounding his woes, the government questions his moral fitness to remain in the country. Departing for the European premiere of Limelight, he learns mid-voyage that his re-entry permit has been revoked. Effectively exiled from the nation where he built his career, Charlie grapples with the realization that the comedic persona cherished by millions has become politically untenable. Headlines proclaim him a banished provocateur, while supporters decry the move as an injustice. Stunned but unbowed, he settles in Switzerland, left to wonder how the tramp's gentle spirit led to such conflict. Switzerland's quiet lakes and lofty peaks become Charlie's new backdrop, a stark contrast to the glare of Hollywood Klieg lights. Denied re-entry to the United States, he settles with his family in a spacious estate, hoping to find peace. Yet even from this alpine refuge he feels the sting of exile. Newspapers worldwide clamour for comment on his banishment. Some condemn America's actions, seeing paranoia run amok. Others chastise Charlie for voicing political views that overstepped his comedic domain. Despite the swirl of controversy, he refuses to retire in bitterness. He channels his restless creativity into new projects, penning ideas for films and writing reflective articles. Time, once a scarce resource in Hollywood's ceaseless churn, now stretches out. He strolls through Swiss villages, occasionally recognised by locals. While no longer hounded by paparazzi, he senses the ache of severed roots. The nation he once considered a second home has slammed its doors, and he wonders if the tramp's universal appeal holds any sway in an era so divided by ideology. In 1957, Charlie releases A King in New York, a satirical jab at American commercialism and paranoia. Filmed in Europe, it portrays a dethroned monarch bewildered by a society obsessed with television ads and witch hunts. Critics see a thinly veiled reflection of Charlie's own banishment. In America, distribution is spotty, with some theatres refusing to show the film. Overseas, it draws praise for its wit, if also sadness at how personal the subject matter feels. Through biting humour, Charlie processes his disillusionment. Meanwhile, his personal life finds stability with his wife, Una O'Neill, 2 decades his junior yet a nurturing presence. Their growing family fills the Swiss estate with laughter, a solace that eases the sting of isolation. Charlie's children know him as a sometimes strict, always imaginative father who regales them with improvised pantomimes. He composes music and revisits past triumphs, gradually shaping the narrative that will become his autobiography. Though ostracised by some, he remains beloved by many abroad, receiving invitations to film retrospectives that hail him as a pioneer of cinematic art. Once McCarthyism fades, the political landscape shifts, leading revisionist perspectives to perceive Charlie's exile as a tragic overreach. Young critics rediscover his silent classics, enthralled by the physical genius that transcends language. University film clubs screen The Gold Rush and City Lights, sparking debates on how comedy can blend with social insight. Students pen essays dissecting the tramp's endearing shuffle, passing each comedic beat as a subtle stand against tyranny and despair. As the 1960s roll into the 1970s, reverence for Charlie Chaplin swells anew. Hollywood, bruised by past fanaticism, grows eager to reconcile. In 1972, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences extends an olive branch, an honorary Oscar for his immeasurable contributions to film. Nervous yet touched, Charlie ventures back to the United States for the first time in 2 decades. Stepping onto the Oscar stage, he receives a prolonged standing ovation. Stars, directors, and longtime fans erupt in cheers, wiping tears as the once-shunned legend stands frail but dignified. Overcome, Charlie offers a humble bow, and for a moment it's as if the storms of suspicion and anger never raged. Returning to Switzerland, he lives out his final years in relative peace. While he continues to write, compose, and occasionally entertain friends with impromptu routines, his days of cinematic glory are largely behind him. Yet the world refuses to forget his legacy. Fans from every continent make pilgrimages to pay homage, some leaving heartfelt letters at his gate. They speak of how the tramp's comedic resilience gave them hope in hard times. Charlie's eyes still light up at the notion that simple pantomime can thread together disparate souls. On Christmas Day 1977, Charlie Chaplin sadly passed away in his sleep. Tributes poured in, bridging cultural divides that once loomed so large. No one can deny the colossal imprint he left on cinema, and on laughter itself. Across decades of triumph, scandal, and exile, he insisted that humour was more than escapism. It was a lifeline, a mirror, a gentle nudge toward empathy. From the cramped tenements of South London to sold-out theatres around the globe, Charlie's journey testified that even the humblest beginnings can spark a revolution of joy. The tramp, that perpetual underdog, endures as a symbol of resilience in a world quick to judge and slow to forgive. And in the hush that follows his passing, countless admirers recall the quiet dignity and timeless mischief of man who spoke volumes, whether he chose to speak aloud or not. Of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning, and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in 6 dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores, where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, and not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coast dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference. He was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism: floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialized. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, 2 distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors, missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in, cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread, on both sides, often fuelled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain, that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated, mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Midway natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. A Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge, like astronomy, for short-term advantage. Eventually, he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure, a man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval, and yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, Indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiralled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples' Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration. A thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labor in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? the question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitized version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonized communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, the life of Christopher Columbus offers us no tidy moral resolution, only an evolving dialogue about exploration, legacy, and the burdensome complexity of the past. If there's a final takeaway, it might be this: to remember that progress and tragedy can arrive hand in hand. Columbus dared to sail into the unknown, an act that simultaneously expanded horizons and contracted the futures of countless others. Through his story, we see the power and peril of bold endeavours, reminding us that behind every famous voyage stands a mosaic of human lives, some forging destiny, others swept aside by its relentless tide. To surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. Devout worshipper of the god Dionysus, she's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning maneuver of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympius, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion, while Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon. He doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined. rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganized, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost. Yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like three, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that hot flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialized climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and grueling, a war of attrition in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud-brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery. even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes king of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephant shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him, that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod, Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9, determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home. Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skills showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, the spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticised, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognised Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, the Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he figured out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signalled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899. perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests. The remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan, initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile, continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight, but Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3227, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore over the decades. Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. George Washington's formative years unfolded against the rustic backdrop of mid-18th century Virginia. While popular culture might depict him as an almost mythic hero from the start, he was, in reality, shaped by the day-to-day concerns of a frontier society and a family struggling for greater prosperity. Born on February 22nd, 1732, in Westmoreland County, he was part of a sprawling network of half-siblings, uncles, aunts, and cousins who formed a complicated social web in the colony. His father, Augustine, sought to expand the family's holdings through tobacco farming, land speculation, and the occasional foray into iron mining. These early pursuits carved out the environment where young George would learn about risk, reward and the challenges of shaping one's destiny in a new world. Contrary to apocryphal stories, Washington's childhood was not defined by toppling cherry trees or sporting wooden teeth. It was, however, marked by loss. His father died when George was only 11, throwing the family's finances into uncertainty. His half-brother Lawrence, considerably older, stepped in as a paternal figure. It was Lawrence who introduced George to polite society in Virginia and instilled in him an admiration for military achievement. Lawrence had served under the British flag in the Caribbean, a detail that quietly stoked George's aspirations towards soldiering. Through Lawrence, he was exposed to the idea that honour, discipline, and loyalty could earn a young man respect in the British colonies. Despite these influences, necessity often guided Washington's early path. Formal schooling was piecemeal at best, tutors came and went. Young George's mother, Mary Ball Washington, strove to keep the family afloat. But educational opportunities remained sporadic. This patchy instruction did not deter him. It forced him to become largely self-taught, an approach that would define his later life. He was, from his teenage years onward, a voracious note-taker and letter-writer, constantly refining his penmanship, grammar, and mathematical skills. Writing itself became a window into the adult world he hoped to master. One of his initial breakthroughs came in the realm of surveying, a skill both profitable and adventurous in colonial Virginia. Land in those days was currency, and individuals who could map uncharted territories were in high demand. Washington's early forays into the wild frontiers, often in the company of rugged backwoodsmen, introduced him to the complexities of dealing with Native American tribes, unscrupulous land speculators, and the raw challenges of nature. These expeditions were no mere camping trips. Nights spent in crude shelters, rainy days measuring difficult terrain, and the ever-present threat of disease built up his resilience. By the time he turned 17, he had already secured appointments to survey large tracts of land in the Shenandoah Valley, a testament to his growing reputation for diligence. During this phase, Washington also observed firsthand the tensions brewing between French, British, and native interests. The Ohio Valley to the west was a patchwork of claims and counterclaims, with British colonists, French trappers, and indigenous peoples all jostling for control. Though Washington was only a teenager, these experiences lit a spark. If he could prove himself an effective leader, especially in regions where boundaries were contested, he might ascend socially and financially. Colonial Virginia had its share of privileged families, but upward mobility was possible for those who possessed skill, connections, and an unrelenting work ethic. Beyond surveying, Washington's adolescent years were also a period of subtle social schooling. He learned the art of conversation and manners, so important in an era governed by strict codes of honour, by memorising the rules of civility and decent behaviour. This pamphlet, copied diligently in his youthful handwriting, offered guidelines for everything from posture in polite company to showing respect for superiors. Though it might seem quaint now, these rules exemplified the polished veneer that colonial society demanded of any young man aiming to rise in rank. By the time Washington approached adulthood, he was neither a wide-eyed farm boy nor a pampered aristocrat. He was a tall, physically strong young man, comfortable on horseback, capable with a musket, adept at mathematics, and cognizant of how crucial alliances could be. He held quiet ambitions that revolved around land, local military distinction, and acceptance among the elite. But events on the horizon, imperial rivalries that would ignite the frontier, would soon catapult him onto a larger stage. In that transitional zone between surveying in the wilderness and attending genteel dances along the Potomac, George Washington was preparing, without fully knowing it, for trials that would define his future and reshape a continent's destiny. Washington's transformation from a surveyor to a soldier was not the result of random events or a meticulously planned strategy. It was, instead, triggered by the turbulent geopolitics of the mid-18th century. At the time, the British and French empires vied for dominance over North America's lucrative territories. The frontier regions of the Ohio Valley, thick with forests and fur-bearing wildlife, became a flashpoint for competing claims. Indigenous nations, far from passive onlookers, leveraged these rivalries in pursuit of their interests, forging and breaking alliances as circumstances demanded. In 1753, Virginia's Lieutenant Governor, Robert Dinwiddie, sought someone intrepid and resourceful to deliver a warning to French forces building forts near the forks of the Ohio. The young George Washington, then just 21, volunteered. This mission would catapult him into international intrigue, for which he had limited formal training. Undeterred, he set off with a small party in wintry conditions, navigating difficult terrain and uncertain receptions. He reached the French outpost and handed over Dinwiddie's demand that they abandon their incursion. The French officers responded politely but refused to budge. Washington's return journey was harrowing. He nearly drowned crossing an icy river, only surviving by grabbing onto a piece of driftwood and hauling himself onto a small island. Yet that near-fatal ordeal did little to shake his resolve. Upon returning to Williamsburg, he penned a report detailing his observations. The account, published and widely distributed, burnished Washington's name. His straightforward prose, describing the hazards of the journey and the French refusal to retreat, resonated with colonists hungry for news and British officials eager for evidence of French defiance. Washington emerged from anonymity, suddenly recognized as a figure capable of undertaking difficult assignments at the Empire's margins. Not long afterward, Dinwiddie promoted him and dispatched him back to the frontier with a modest force to secure strategic points. In 1754, tensions erupted into outright conflict at a site Washington hastily fortified and named Fort Necessity. An attack by French and indigenous allies forced him to surrender under humiliating conditions. The engagement, while a setback militarily, taught Washington sobering lessons about leadership, discipline, and the unpredictability of war. The British press twisted the episode in contradictory ways. Some painted him as a plucky colonial undone by minimal support, others as a foolhardy officer stumbling into a larger conflict. Amid this swirl of opinions, Washington's internal drive to prove himself only intensified. Soon, the conflict expanded into what Europeans would call the 7 Years' War, and Americans would dub the French and Indian War. Washington served as a provincial officer under General Edward Braddock, a British commander charged with seizing French forts. French troops and their indigenous allies ambushed British forces during the disastrous Braddock expedition near the Monongahela River in 1755, decimating them. In the chaos, Washington distinguished himself by rallying survivors and organising a fighting withdrawal. Though he was beset by illness and almost had multiple horses shot from under him, he emerged from the carnage with a reputation for courage under fire. Yet, for all his valour, Washington grew frustrated with British arrogance toward colonial officers. He witnessed British regulars disregarding local intelligence and ignoring suggestions from men like himself who knew the frontier. This snobbery, combined with logistical incompetence, fueled deep resentments. He realised that colonial troops often received second-class treatment, lesser pay, and fewer provisions. This personal exposure to British condescension would later shape his willingness to challenge imperial authority, though that moment lay years ahead. By the war's end, Washington had resigned his commission and returned to Mount Vernon, the estate he inherited following Lawrence's death. The war had left him with real combat experience and the seeds of an emerging identity, part loyal British subject, part colonial leader increasingly sceptical of imperial attitudes. Over the ensuing decade, he would focus on his plantations, dabble in local politics, and marry Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow whose fortune helped shore up his finances. Washington transformed Mount Vernon into a profitable enterprise, experimenting with new crops, analysing agricultural techniques, and exerting influence in Virginia's House of Burgesses. Yet the memory of the frontier battles never fully dimmed. He had seen how tenuous British authority could be on American soil, how alliances shifted, and how local knowledge often outstripped distant orders. He also observed the subtle changes stirring among colonists, growing populations, expanding commerce, and a sense of collective identity not solely anchored to Britain. While Washington did not yet foresee a complete break with the crown, the stage was quietly being set for a more profound clash. Looking back, his French and Indian War experiences were something of a dress rehearsal, granting him the on-the-ground insights that would prove indispensable in the larger crisis looming on the horizon. Following the French and Indian War, Washington spent the 1760s and early 1770s deeply immersed in the rhythms of plantation life at Mount Vernon, managing labour, maintaining his reputation as a local squire, and serving intermittently in the Virginia House of Burgesses occupied much of his time. He meticulously oversaw the cultivation of crops, initially tobacco, later diversifying into wheat and other staples, adapting to market trends and soil conditions, but economic security remained tenuous. British trade regulations, shipping monopolies, and mercantile restrictions often pinched colonial planters. Washington found himself confronting debts, currency shortages, and a constraining imperial bureaucracy that dictated how goods could be exported or imported. Amid these challenges, Washington's perspective on British authority gradually evolved. Early on, he had desired nothing more than to climb in status within the British imperial framework. He had admired British military traditions and social customs, but he began to see the practical constraints that came with living under a distant parliament that issued edicts without consulting colonial assemblies. The Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on printed materials, galvanized discontent among colonists. Washington, who used legal documents frequently for land transactions, saw the act as a direct affront to local autonomy. While not the most fiery rhetorician in Virginia, figures like Patrick Henry captured that honour. Washington expressed measured indignation. He argued that taxation without representation violated the rights of Englishmen, a stance that resonated among fellow planters, merchants, and small farmers alike. In 1769, the Virginia House of Burgesses responded to new British taxes on glass, paper, paint, and tea by passing resolves condemning these impositions. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly, the delegates, Washington included, met informally at the Raleigh Tavern in Williamsburg, drafting non-importation agreements. These pacts vowed not to purchase British goods until colonial grievances were addressed. Though not as flamboyant as protests in Boston, these Virginian measures underscored how deeply resentment had taken root among even the more conservative landholding class. Washington's letters from this period reveal a measured but firm tone. He spoke of the encroachments of Parliament and the need for unity among the colonies. Not one to relish public speaking, he employed his reputation as a balanced, pragmatic figure. People listened when Washington spoke because they trusted his sense of responsibility and fairness. Privately, he worried about violence escalating, yet he also felt that the colonies should not yield to intimidation. This blend of caution and resolve was a hallmark of his character. Tensions escalated to a critical level by 1774. The Boston Tea Party and subsequent punitive British measures prompted the formation of the First Continental Congress. Washington was chosen as one of Virginia's delegates, solidifying his role as a national figure rather than just a regional voice. He travelled to Philadelphia, where representatives from across the colonies debated how far to push back against British encroachments. While radicals like Samuel Adams advocated more extreme measures, others sought a compromise or hoped for a restoration of harmonious relations. Washington's presence signalled that Virginia, the largest and most populous colony, was prepared to stand alongside New England in protesting imperial overreach. Washington's military background was not overlooked during those Congress sessions. He was one of the few delegates with first-hand experience in large-scale combat operations. Though overshadowed by the fiery oratory of John Adams or Patrick Henry, he projected a quiet confidence that could unify disparate factions. He seldom took the floor for dramatic speeches, but in committee meetings, delegates consulted him about potential military scenarios if the standoff with Britain escalated. How might a ragtag colonial militia confront the most formidable army in the world? Events soon compelled everyone to take action. In April 1775, the battles at Lexington and Concord unleashed open conflict. British soldiers and colonial militiamen had exchanged shots, and the war was effectively underway. By the time the Second Continental Congress convened, the question was no longer whether to resist militarily, but how. John Adams, recognizing the need to draw the southern colonies more tightly into the cause, nominated Washington to lead the newly formed Continental Army. With reluctance, Washington accepted, declaring he would serve without pay. He stressed that he was neither the most qualified nor seeking personal glory, yet he would do his duty if called upon. In that moment, the diligent Virginia planter and local politician found himself thrust onto a stage with no script. Leading a revolution against the crown seemed audacious, even reckless, but Washington believed the colonies had reached an irreversible point. He saddled his horse and departed for Massachusetts, determined, if unsure, about the trials that lay ahead. His leadership would soon be tested in ways few could have imagined, both by the might of British forces and by the fractious nature of a fledgling nation still discovering its collective identity. Washington's appointment as the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army paved the way for a challenging battle against the most formidable military force of the era. Arriving in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in July 1775, he took command of a collection of militias besieging British-held Boston. What he found was a disorganized force lacking supplies, uniforms, and consistent discipline. Militias from different colonies held different loyalties, varied drastically in training, and often viewed each other with suspicion. Washington realized that to stand any chance against the British, he had to forge these disparate units into a cohesive army with a shared purpose. Early on, Washington faced a series of strategic dilemmas. Despite the often romanticized notion of the Continental Army's underdog valor, the reality was messy. Disease, desertions, and short-term enlistments undercut the stable force he desperately needed. British troops in Boston were well supplied by sea, so a direct assault seemed suicidal. Instead, Washington imposed discipline, orchestrated siege lines, and introduced stricter regulations. Over time, he acquired cannon from Fort Ticonderoga, famously transporting them across difficult winter terrain under Henry Knox's oversight. By March 76, artillery on Dorchester Heights forced the British to evacuate Boston. Although it was a bloodless victory for the Americans, Washington understood that the war had barely begun. The British Navy and Army could and would strike at more critical ports. Washington's next trials unfolded in New York. Anticipating a major British offensive, he shifted his army to defend Manhattan and its surroundings. The British arrived in force under General William Howe, and by late summer, in 1776, Washington's men endured a crushing defeat at the Battle of Long Island. A series of retreats followed, culminating in the British seizing New York City. Morale plummeted. Many soldiers deserted, others questioned Washington's competence. Yet in a bold move, Washington ordered a stealth evacuation across the East River during the night, ferrying thousands of troops and avoiding total annihilation. That partial salvation became an early example of his knack for improvisational retreats, a skill that may lack the glamour of offensive victories, but was crucial for the survival of the cause. In late 1776, with enlistments expiring and temperatures dropping, Washington orchestrated one of the Revolution's most dramatic strokes, crossing the icy Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise Hessian mercenaries at Trenton. The success at Trenton, followed by another victory at Princeton, rejuvenated the Patriot cause. Washington's leadership style in these moments combined meticulous planning with personal bravery. He rode at the front, encouraging his men, proving that cunning and audacity could offset numerical or logistical disadvantages. The morale boost was enormous, coaxing recruits to stay and new volunteers to join. Yet the Continental Army's tribulations remained abundant. The British sought to isolate New England by seizing the Hudson River corridor, while smaller armies skirmished in the interior. Washington clashed repeatedly with delegates in the Continental Congress who provided inconsistent funding and supplies, reflecting the fragile nature of the young Confederation. He wrote endless letters pleading for shoes, blankets, and rations. Meanwhile, British raids and Loyalist sympathizers sowed confusion behind American lines. In 1777, Washington lost a key engagement at Brandywine, allowing the British to capture Philadelphia, the Patriot capital. Another setback at Germantown followed. Critics in Congress grew louder, questioning whether a different general might fare better. Yet Washington retained the loyalty of many officers, forging a sense of unity that transcended local affiliations. At Valley Forge, during the cruel winter of 1777 to 1778, the army endured starvation, disease, and freezing conditions. Thanks to the drilling expertise of Baron von Steuben, an ex-Prussian officer, Washington's troops emerged more disciplined, able to engage British regulars on nearly equal terms. At Valley Forge, the Continental Army underwent a significant transformation, transitioning from an unruly collection of militias to a functional fighting force. Washington also learned the delicate art of balancing alliances. The French, persuaded by the American victory at Saratoga, where Horatio Gates led the effort, not Washington directly, joined the conflict, providing naval strength and additional ground forces. Coordinating with French officers like the Marquis de Lafayette demanded diplomatic finesse. Washington adapted, forging trust with these foreign allies, even as inter-colony tensions threatened to fracture the American side. Through it all, Washington displayed a steadiness that became central to the army's identity. His men might groan about scarce supplies or ragged uniforms, but they trusted their general to hold them together. By the war's midpoint, Washington had solidified his role as the linchpin of American resistance. His direct battlefield successes varied. Some were brilliant, others disappointing, but his unshakable commitment to the cause, combined with an ability to pivot tactics and maintain unity, kept the rebellion alive. Emerging from these years of hardship was a sense that, whether revered or criticized, Washington was indispensable. He was no mere figurehead. The political apparatus and the army itself needed his steady hand at the helm if the revolution was to stand a chance of seeing final victory. As the Revolutionary War entered its later stages, Washington faced a new set of challenges that tested his leadership on multiple fronts. The conflict had become more sprawling, with battles in the south intensifying. British forces, hoping to exploit Loyalist sentiment, launched campaigns in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, the Continental Army in the north still had to guard against renewed offensives from New York. Washington found himself juggling resource allocations and strategic oversight across a vast territory, all with limited manpower and meagre finances. One of his core strengths lay in understanding that victory did not necessarily require defeating every British unit on the battlefield. Over years of warfare, Washington recognised that prolonging the conflict, making it too costly for Britain to sustain, could be enough to force negotiations. As British public support for the war waned and the conflict strained the Empire's coffers, this strategy of endurance gained traction. He coordinated partisan warfare in the southern states, where generals like Nathaniel Greene used hit-and-run tactics and forced the British to overextend their supply lines. Washington might not have designed every manoeuvre personally, but his overarching directive emphasised wearing down the opponent rather than seeking a single. Grand triumph at all costs. Yet frustration still mounted. The Continental Congress, perennially short on funds, struggled to pay or supply the troops. Inflation ran rampant, and the paper currency they issued, known as Continentals, lost much of its value. Sometimes, entire regiments threatened mutiny over unpaid wages and lack of food. Washington wrote urgent letters, balancing pleas and warnings. Desertion could unravel the entire revolution, but the men's hardships were genuine. He balanced his empathy for his soldiers' suffering with the need to uphold discipline. Against this turbulent backdrop, French assistance played a decisive role. Following France's official entry into the war, Spain and the Dutch Republic also offered varying degrees of support to America, broadening the conflict into a larger global struggle against Britain. Washington worked with French admirals and generals who, like Admiral de Grasse and General Rochambeau, brought naval superiority and well-trained troops. Diplomatic synergy was crucial. Washington, never fluent in French, relied on interpreters and the goodwill of allies like Lafayette to maintain strong communication. Joint operations required patience and compromise. The French Navy's schedules and European political priorities often constrained quick action. The culmination of these alliances and strategies took shape in 1781 at Yorktown, Virginia. British General Cornwallis had entrenched his forces there, hoping for resupply by sea. Washington seized the moment. He feigned moves toward New York, but then swiftly marched a major portion of his army south. The French fleet under de Grasse blocked the Chesapeake, preventing a British naval evacuation. Trapped and under constant bombardment, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1781. The victory at Yorktown did not instantly end the war, but it was the decisive blow that shattered Britain's willingness to continue. Negotiations in Europe soon began, leading to the 1783 Treaty of Paris, recognising American independence. Washington's role in the final phase showcased two defining traits of his leadership: adaptability and a knack for collaboration. He was not a tactical genius in the mould of Napoleon, but he excelled in forging unity among diverse groups with clashing egos and conflicting interests. He also grasped the psychological dimension of war. Victory could be achieved as much through morale and diplomatic pressure as through battlefield conquests. Under his guidance, the Continental Army endured for 8 grueling years, culminating in a capitulation that many had deemed impossible. When peace was finally secured, Washington stunned the world by resigning his commission and returning to private life rather than seizing power. In a time when victorious generals in Europe often leveraged military success to become dictators or monarchs, his gesture was nearly unprecedented. He sent a farewell address to the army, bidding an emotional goodbye to the officers who had become like family through shared hardships. Then he returned to Mount Vernon, longing for quiet days overseeing his estate. In the public imagination, he became the embodiment of Roman republican virtue, akin to Cincinnatus leaving his plough to defend the nation and then returning to his farm. Yet the young republic soon discovered that independence would not solve every problem. War debts, disputes among the states, and a weak central government under the Articles of Confederation threatened the stability of the new nation. Calls for a stronger national framework grew louder, and once again, the gaze of the fledgling country turned to Washington. Would he remain a private citizen, or would he use his stature to help shape the governance of the country he had been so instrumental in forging? The next chapter of his life, and indeed of the nation's, would hinge on how he answered that question. After returning to Mount Vernon in 1783, Washington tried to refocus on his plantations, hoping for a respite from public affairs. Yet the fragile state of the post-war Union soon pulled him back into the spotlight. Under the Articles of Confederation, the federal government lacked authority to tax, regulate commerce effectively, or settle disputes among states. Economic turmoil loomed large. Debts from the war weighed on every state, and the absence of a cohesive national policy bred friction. Insurrections such as Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts highlighted how easily unrest might spiral if the central government could not act decisively. Leaders across the states recognized the dire need for reforms, and Washington was a natural figure to help spearhead them. Though initially hesitant, he feared public service would once again swallow his private life. He came around to the idea that a stronger government framework was essential to preserve the Union. In 1787, he agreed to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. This gathering, intended first to revise the Articles, soon morphed into a wholesale creation of a new constitution. Washington did not speak often during the debates, but his mere presence lent gravity to the proceedings. Delegates disagreed vigorously over representation, slavery, and executive power, yet most recognized that Washington's approval would be critical for winning public acceptance of any proposed constitution. His role was largely that of mediator and symbol of unity. He allowed men like James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Benjamin Franklin to articulate competing ideas. But whenever debate grew contentious, the image of Washington, seated at the front, reminded them that the revolution's integrity and the future of Republican governance were at stake. By September 1787, the delegates crafted a new constitution that incorporated a more robust federal government, tempered by a system of checks and balances. Although not perfect, it was a revolutionary experiment in structured liberty. Washington's endorsement carried enormous weight during the ratification process, especially in Virginia. Reluctant anti-federalists found it difficult to argue that the Constitution masked tyranny when Washington vouched for it. Once the Constitution became law, calls for Washington to serve as the first president were unanimous in their intensity. He was the linchpin who could lend immediate legitimacy to the new system. Despite personal reservations, he was aging, and the toll of public life was no small burden. He reluctantly accepted the role. The Electoral College elected him unanimously in 1789. In April of that year, he journeyed to New York City, the temporary capital, to take the oath of office. His inauguration was a subdued ceremony, reflecting a new nation's blend of optimism and anxiety. He stood on a balcony overlooking throngs of cheering citizens, placing in his hand on a Bible and swearing to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. In shaping the executive branch, Washington faced a blank slate. There was no blueprint for how a president should behave. He believed in setting careful precedents that would guide successors, and this cautious approach coloured his every decision. He formed a cabinet of advisers, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. The ideological clashes between Jefferson, who championed agrarian democracy, and Hamilton, who pushed for a robust federal government and industrial growth, forced Washington to navigate a delicate balance. Balancing these factions, he aimed to prevent the country from splitting into partisan camps. Still, the seeds of political rivalry were planted, eventually sprouting into the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Washington's presidency also navigated foreign policy dilemmas. The young United States was militarily weak, financially indebted, and overshadowed by European powers. When the French Revolution erupted, many Americans felt they owed France a debt of gratitude for its wartime support. Yet Washington believed neutrality was crucial. Entangling the fragile republic in Europe's wars could spell disaster. His proclamation of neutrality in 1793 drew ire from those who wanted to aid France, but it shielded the new nation from a catastrophic conflict it was ill-prepared to handle. Domestic issues also tested the new administration. Hamilton's financial plan, which included federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, sparked fierce debates. Washington backed Hamilton, believing that fiscal stability was essential for national respectability. But Jefferson's faction decried these measures as threats to states' rights. Then, in 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion flared in western Pennsylvania, where farmers violently opposed a federal tax on distilled spirits. Washington, alarmed by the prospect of an armed insurrection, personally led troops to quell the rebellion, an act that showcased federal authority but also raised fears about militarized responses to dissent. Throughout these trials, Washington laboured to maintain a posture above partisan squabbles, though that position grew increasingly difficult. Newspapers, reflecting the rise of party-driven journalism, attacked or praised him depending on editorial leanings. Criticism stung the once revered hero, but he remained steadfast, convinced that the survival of constitutional governance required robust debate, even if it sometimes descended into vitriol. By the end of his second term, he yearned for retirement more earnestly than ever. The question was whether the country could sustain itself without him, or if his moral authority and balanced leadership remained indispensable. By 1796, Washington had served 2 terms as president and felt strongly that rotating leadership was essential to the Republic's health. Unanimously re-elected in 1792, he could likely have secured a 3rd term, but he declined. In doing so, he established a precedent of voluntary executive turnover, later codified by the 22nd Amendment, that would profoundly influence American political culture. Recognizing the young nation's precariousness, he offered parting guidance in his farewell address. Published rather than delivered orally, it warned against the dangers of permanent foreign alliances and excessive partisanship. He urged Americans to cherish unity, keep religion and morality as public pillars, and remain wary of ideological factions that could fracture national cohesion. After leaving office in March 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon. A sense of relief washed over him, tempered by ongoing concerns about the fledgling nation's trajectory. He oversaw expansions at his estate, experimented with different crop rotations, and dabbled in various manufacturing ventures on site, such as a grist mill and a distillery. However, retirement did not provide an escape from moral dilemmas. Washington's wealth and plantation lifestyle had always hinged on enslaved labour. While he had privately expressed ambivalence about slavery, calling it repugnant in certain correspondences, he never publicly championed abolition. Only in his will did he arrange for the emancipation of his enslaved people after Martha's death, a move that became one of the most significant private emancipations of that era. But the structural system of slavery continued unabated across the South, highlighting the contradictions embedded in the new republic. Increasingly, foreign tensions threatened to pull Washington back into public life. Relations with revolutionary France deteriorated under John Adams's presidency, culminating in the Quasi-War at Sea. In 1798, Adams asked Washington to serve as commander of a provisional army should full-scale war break out. Washington agreed, though he delegated most duties to Hamilton. He remained on standby, hoping conflict could be averted. By 1799, the immediate threat passed, and Washington settled again into the routines at Mount Vernon. That same year, on December the 12th, Washington braved a cold, wet ride around his estate, checking fence lines and farmland. Later that evening, he developed a sore throat. Within days, his condition worsened into what many now believe was acute epiglottitis. Medical treatments of the time, bleeding, blistering, and gargling, only weakened him further. On the night of December 14th, 1799, George Washington passed away, surrounded by close friends and family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the country. Bells tolled in distant cities. Eulogies poured in from across political divides, reflecting the universal respect Americans felt for his leadership. Even in Europe, figures like Napoleon ordered tributes. Washington's death brought a collective reckoning. The man who had guided the nation through revolution, constitutional formation, and early governance was gone. But his legacy was already enshrined. Over subsequent decades and centuries, Americans would build monuments, mint coins, and compose hagiographic stories that sometimes obscured the complexity of his life. Myths multiplied. The cherry tree legend by Parson Weems became a fixture in school primers, overshadowing the more instructive lessons of Washington's real struggles and ethical dilemmas. The wooden teeth trope overshadowed the details of his expensive, painful dental apparatus made from various materials, including human or animal teeth and metal. Yet behind the shining marble statues stands a more nuanced figure. Washington was a man of his times, shaped by its limitations, particularly regarding slavery and class structures, but also capable of transcending narrow self-interest. He recognized the fragility of the American experiment and acted repeatedly to keep it intact, resigning his military commission in 1783, presiding over the Constitution's drafting in 1787, and stepping down as president after 2 terms. Each decision sent an unmistakable message that the Republic's longevity depended on checks against personal ambition. Washington's example stood out for a nation still refining its democratic values. He was neither a flamboyant speaker or a philosophical theorist, but he possessed a calm gravitas that could unify quarrelsome states. He understood how to maintain moral legitimacy in the eyes of both elites and ordinary citizens, and though he was not without flaws, the ownership of enslaved individuals being chief among them, he helped lay the groundwork for a political system capable of evolving beyond its founders' limitations. Today, more than 2 centuries after his passing, George Washington remains an essential symbol for an America that struggles with its historical contradictions. If we look beyond the simplified schoolbook portrayals, we find a person who navigated immense pressures with perseverance and humility, whose quiet strength and deliberate choice to relinquish power set a tone for Republican governance. The complexity of his legacy invites us to reflect on both the grand achievements and the unresolved tensions that were woven into the nation's birth. A poignant reminder that even foundational heroes stand on shifting terrain, forging a path for future generations to walk upon. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between 2 young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, Stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the Forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonise the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalising these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power, interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until the events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher-emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, He was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, and infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticised Faustina for her independent demeanour, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilized the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognised that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert. Summoning Commodus for a last conference, he emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Le Maire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan, or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme, failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past. Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark: André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalising phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly, but some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, There was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognised the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable, even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter. There was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door. So he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one, but two gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control, so... One evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognized him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. Frederic Chopin's story begins in the modest village of Żelazowa Wola, Poland, where he was born around March 1st, 1810, though some documents note February 22nd. The region was steeped in cultural richness and political upheaval, with Warsaw nearby and the territory under the shadow of the Russian Empire. Chopin's father, Nicholas, was a Frenchman, teaching language and manners to Polish nobility, while his mother, Justina, was a Polish gentlewoman whose calm sense of tradition anchored their household. In that setting, Polish folklore mingled with European musical forms. Even in infancy, Chopin absorbed these influences, as if the rhythmic footsteps of villagers and distant folk melodies wove into his subconscious. Though unremarkable at first glance, the family's small home resonated with reverence for art. The piano, a battered upright, became young Frederic's first beloved companion, opening onto imaginative worlds he'd conjure in quiet mornings. Around 6, Chopin's prodigious talent drew attention from family friends and local aristocrats. In a society that revered salon culture, a gifted child at the piano was mythic. He played short pieces at gatherings, shyly but assuredly, winning over curious onlookers who watched in mild disbelief. Even then, his playing transcended mere youthful charm. He displayed a depth that hinted at hidden wells of sensitivity. His teacher, Wojciech Żywny, noted the boy's special relationship with melody, which seemed to flow through him without the stiffness typical of child prodigies. Beyond his domestic sphere, Poland itself was navigating a fragile identity. The Napoleonic Wars had left scars across Europe. Although too young to grasp politics, Chopin sensed the patriotism and longing carried by adults around him. Through his mother's lullabies and whispered family stories, the notion of a lost homeland became a melodic thread weaving through his emerging consciousness. Chopin's sister, Ludwika, often joined him at the piano. Family duets turned into moments of shared creativity, honing Frederic's ability to communicate through sound. Here, his earliest compositions took shape, short, sometimes clumsy preludes to the refined expressions he would later craft. Yet these embryonic works already displayed what would become his hallmark: graceful lines and a certain bittersweet tension between major and minor. He performed publicly for the first time around age 7, playing a concert in Warsaw. Though such appearances could be dismissed as novelty, Chopin avoided the fate of child prodigies who fade once the novelty wanes. He possessed a seriousness and poetic restraint rare in children. Observers began to regard him as a symbol of Poland's hopes, a delicate, steadfast light for a land overshadowed by external forces. Despite the growing acclaim, the Chopin household valued stability. Nicholas and Justina refused to exploit their son's talent, allowing only select performances while ensuring a rigorous academic education. Literature, history, and language formed the backdrop to Chopin's musical studies, broadening his imagination and refining his sensibilities. Piano practice remained constant, punctuating daily life. Occasionally, he would present a short polonaise or mazurka at family gatherings, each piece tinged with local rhythms, reframed through his evolving style. Youthful curiosity led him beyond his surroundings. Brief visits to Warsaw introduced a more cosmopolitan musical scene. Though still young, he encountered professional musicians, aristocrats, and intellectuals in salons. These glimpses of city life left a strong impression. he realised that an artistic future might extend beyond village confines. Yet he retained a deep tie to Poland's cultural soul. This duality, rooted in Poland's provincial heart while edging toward Europe's wider possibilities, would shape his entire career. For the moment, though, he was just a boy at the piano, enthralled by the promise of music that echoed far beyond any single room. Whispers about this gentle prodigy stirred questions. Could he be Poland's next great musical figure, a voice of national identity wrapped in delicate harmonies? Only time and Chopin's unfolding genius would reveal the answer. In these formative years, no one could anticipate the complex trajectory that lay ahead. But in the whispers of the local gatherings where merchants and travelling performers converged, an unspoken consensus emerged. Young Frederic was different, far from the typical parlour show-off. He conveyed a delicate empathy through his keyboard that spoke to people's private joys and sorrows. Each note he played seemed to carry a gentle sense of yearning, as though bridging the gap between ephemeral childhood and the adult complexities lurking beyond the horizon. His parents, though pleased by the modest celebrity he garnered, were deeply protective. Those who watched felt stirred in his recitals, as if Poland spoke through his hands. Chopin's teenage years were marked by a widening world, one in which he began to see the possibilities and pressures that came with his growing reputation. By the time he was in his early teens, Warsaw itself had become a kind of secondary classroom. He frequented the city more often, absorbing the salon culture in ways that surpassed mere piano demonstrations. He observed how aristocrats, intellectuals, and artists interacted, not just in the formal sense of performance, but in their private, candid conversations about politics, literature, and the future of the nation perpetually under watch. In these salon gatherings, Chopin was at first a curiosity, an unassuming, somewhat delicate figure who produced music that seemed too profound for his youthful appearance. But as he refined his style, he earned respect as a musician, rather than just a novelty. His performances, often intimate affairs, displayed a sensitivity that was starting to take shape in his original compositions. While still shaped by the classical frameworks he'd studied, his work also blended Polish musical elements with a new harmonic language. This evolution thrilled those who heard him, and the novelty of his youth gave way to genuine admiration of his craft. By 1826, Chopin enrolled at the Warsaw Conservatory under Józef Elsner. Elsner, a composer of some renown, recognized the uniqueness of his students' musical instincts. Rather than imposing rigid expectations, Elsner fostered a gentle discipline, guiding Chopin toward an understanding of form and counterpoint that would serve as the backbone for his stylistic experimentation. In so doing, Elsner fulfilled two crucial roles. He acted both as a guardrail, preventing Chopin from drifting into mere fanciful improvisations, and as a doorway, encouraging the young musician to trust his own artistic impulses. Yet Chopin's life in Warsaw was not all about study. He mingled with peers, engaged in spirited debates, and, according to some letters, even enjoyed the light-hearted distractions typical of youth: dances, outdoor excursions, late-night banter. This balance between earnest scholarship and playful socializing kept him grounded. Friends who remembered him from that time recalled a gentle, witty personality who could draw out laughter just as easily as tears with his piano playing. Still, a restlessness stirred within him. Poland's political situation seemed forever precarious, and he felt a tug to experience life beyond Warsaw's boundaries. A trip to Berlin in 1828 offered a hint of what awaited him outside his homeland. Though brief, it introduced him to broader circles of culture and music, sparking a sense of wanderlust. Upon returning, he began formulating plans to travel more extensively, both for artistic growth and for practical reasons. Warsaw, supportive though it was, could only offer so much in terms of career prospects. In 1829, he journeyed to Vienna, the Austrian capital, with its illustrious musical lineage. Mozart, Beethoven, Schubert was a magnet for ambitious young composers. Chopin found himself in a bustling hub where concerts and operas were daily fare. Overwhelmed yet inspired, he tested his mettle by giving performances, each carefully arranged to capitalize on the city's appetite for novelty. Although he was met with critical approval, he also confronted the reality that audiences here were accustomed to spectacle and virtuosity on a grand scale. Chopin's style, intimate and subtly shaded, was unusual by comparison. Nonetheless, local critics praised his nuanced touch and originality. Encouraged, he contemplated making Vienna his base for a longer stretch, but events in Poland soon demanded his attention. Rumours of upheaval floated through Europe, hinting that the Polish struggle for autonomy might erupt into open conflict. Torn between an ambition to explore foreign stages and loyalty to his homeland, Chopin briefly returned to Warsaw in late 1830. Around that time, the November Uprising, an armed rebellion against Russian rule, shattered the foundations of Polish society. While Chopin debated his next steps, friends and family urged him to secure his future abroad, believing that fulfilling his musical potential would serve Poland's cultural pride just as effectively as taking up arms. Thus began the departure that would define his life. In the autumn of 1830, Chopin left Poland for Vienna once again, carrying with him a small box of earth from his native soil, an emblem of his deep attachment to his homeland. As he travelled, he felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, trepidation, sorrow. He watched the landscapes shift as he crossed borders, his piano improvisations echoing the uncertainties of a life in transit. Yet at this point, few realised how profoundly this step would echo in Chopin's life. By the early 1830s, Paris had emerged as the glittering epicentre of European art, intellect and revolution. For Frederic Chopin, who recently arrived from Poland in turmoil, the city felt both overwhelming and inviting. He entered a community of writers, painters and fellow composers, all converging in the capital's salons, those vibrant, often unpredictable hives of conversation and performance. To a young exile burdened by homesickness, Paris offered both a refuge and a blank canvas on which to shape his public identity. Almost immediately, Chopin sensed the city's dual nature. It was as much a whirlwind of self-promotion and social manoeuvring as it was a crucible of high art. Hostesses of these gatherings vied for intriguing guests, and initially, Chopin's Polish origins and refined keyboard approach made him a sought-after novelty. Yet he soon learned that success in Paris demanded more than raw talent. It required a flair for presentation and the ability to navigate cliques. Determined to avoid being overshadowed by showier performers, he maintained his intimate style while allowing curious audiences to glimpse his romantic mystique. Fortunately, his music spoke on his behalf. Listeners were entranced by the delicate interplay of melody and harmony that defined his early works. Paris, still reeling from the July Revolution and swept up in a romantic fervour, was primed to celebrate emotion in art. Chopin's pieces, simultaneously subtle and impassioned, fit this cultural moment. Amid the murmur of conversation in cramped drawing rooms, he introduced a distinctly Polish flavour through his mazurkas and polonaises. These forms, coloured by folk rhythms and patriotic longing, offered a window into a homeland many Parisians knew little about. However, achieving financial stability was not an effortless task. Chopin turned to teaching piano, an enterprise he approached with meticulous care. Unlike typical drills, his lessons emphasized musical poetry, guiding students to hear the emotional undercurrent in every phrase. News of his abilities as an instructor spread, and soon wealthy families sought him out. Teaching, though time-consuming, ensured a steady income that freed him from the strain of large-scale concertizing, a format he never fully embraced. Indeed, Chopin's preferred venue was not the grand concert hall, but the intimate salon, where he could sense the subtle reactions of a small audience. His approach, sometimes described as whisper-like, asked listeners to lean in rather than lean back. Critics who anticipated bravura criticized him for his lack of force. Yet among the growing group of admirers, there was consensus that force was never his aim. In an era enthralled by personal expression, Chopin's delicate phrasing offered a different kind of power, one that was internal, reflective, and quietly revolutionary. During these formative years in Paris, he forged relationships that would shape his legacy. One such bond developed with Franz Liszt, a flamboyant Hungarian pianist whose colossal sound and stage theatrics contrasted sharply with the Chopin's reserve. Nevertheless, the two men found common ground, admiring each other's artistry and occasionally playing together. Their contrasting styles reflected the diversity of romantic music, Liszt's dramatic scale balanced by the Chopin's interior landscapes. Chopin also crossed paths with figures like Hector Berlioz, whose sweeping symphonies embodied the era's thirst for grandeur. While their creative visions diverged, these encounters deepened Chopin's understanding of music's many possibilities. In a city teeming with restless minds, he soaked up discussions of aesthetics, politics, and philosophy. Late-night gatherings could spark friendships or feuds, but for Chopin they offered continual insight into the forces shaping contemporary thought. Yet under the polished routine of teaching and performing, Chopin carried the weight of displacement. Letters reveal his lingering sorrow over Poland's struggles, an ache that wove itself into his most poignant compositions. Even as he gained acclaim in Paris, he wrestled with guilt at having left his homeland. This tension between a new life of opportunity and an old world in turmoil fueled his artistic spirit. Ultimately, it was this confluence of exile and acceptance, longing and fulfillment, that birthed his most enduring works. In the midst of this growing success, however, Chopin had no inkling that a dramatic personal relationship would soon reshape his life in ways even his music could barely foretell. It was within these circles of artists and intellectuals that Chopin encountered the writer George Sand, a presence as paradoxical and complex as the city itself. Born Aurore Dupin, she had already garnered both fame and notoriety for her unconventional lifestyle, adopting a man's attire and openly criticising social norms. Their first meeting, arranged by mutual friends, was anything but ideal. Sand's boldness startled Chopin, likewise. His delicate demeanour struck her as a feat. Yet beneath this awkward first impression, a shared sensibility lingered, hinting that fate had set them on a path of entanglement. Though their initial interactions were marked by tension, curiosity eventually eroded wariness. At salons, Sand listened to Chopin's performances with quiet intensity, fascinated by the subtle passion woven into his nocturnes and preludes. For her part, Chopin discovered in Sand's writing a candour that both unsettled and intrigued him. She wrote with emotional force, challenging societal expectations in a way he, a more introverted figure, could only express through music. In time, this mutual fascination evolved into a relationship that defied easy classification. Some saw it as scandalous, others romanticised it, envisioning two rebellious souls uniting under the banner of art. Sand's familial obligations, she was a mother with complex ties to past lovers, clashed with Chopin's need for a stable, tranquil environment. Yet for several years, they carved out a shared existence, spending summers at Sand's estate in Nohant, where Chopin found the kind of peace impossible to attain in Paris. The manor's sprawling gardens and rustic atmosphere gave him the space to compose free from urban pressures. Meanwhile, Sand continued to write feverishly, fueling her own literary output in parallel. This period yielded some of Chopin's most refined compositions. He built upon his previous works, deepening their emotional range while drawing further on Polish influences, especially in his mazurkas. The synergy with Sand took a curious form. She stoked his creative fires by allowing him solitude, yet providing companionship when he needed it. The letters from that era reveal a mixture of affection and exasperation, as they attempted to reconcile two strong-willed temperaments with distinct worldviews. Chopin's health, already delicate, showed further signs of strain. He suffered from persistent coughing fits and fevers, likely tied to a chronic pulmonary ailment. The exact nature of his condition remains debated, though tuberculosis is the commonly suggested culprit. At Nohant, Sand took on the role of caregiver, even as she juggled her responsibilities to her children. The tranquil setting was both therapeutic and creatively stimulating. However, the underlying tensions in their partnership never fully disappeared. Despite these strains, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, returning to Paris for the social season and hosting a circle of admirers, including artists who found their alliance captivating. Rumours and speculations made the rounds, some exaggerated, others tinged with envy. Chopin, quieter by nature, often let Sand handle social negotiations. Her judgment-free nature and ability to navigate bohemian society made her well suited to do so. During their years together, Chopin continued to refine his technique. His works from this phase, nocturnes, waltzes, impromptus, resonate with a delicate balance between introspection and theatrical flair. He pushed the boundaries of harmony, exploring key changes that felt as subtle as shifting moods. Audiences in Paris, who by then revered him as a singular voice on the piano, embraced these developments eagerly. However, when personal conflicts flared, The same artistic brilliance that flowed in times of peace could also come to a halt. Gradually, the relationship showed signs of fracture. Sand's practicality clashed with Chopin's artistic fragility, especially as financial and familial burdens multiplied. Their differing life philosophies became harder to reconcile. Sand championed unconstrained freedom, while Chopin yearned for emotional security. Friends noticed simmering tension. Chopin's circle worried about his health, Sand's acquaintances questioned her choices. Neither could ignore the gathering clouds. Still, for a while longer, they sustained a delicate equilibrium. Each day a tapestry of quiet idylls and small quarrels, softened by the hush of the French countryside. Their bond gave birth to cultural ripples that extended beyond their personal story. The fusion of literary boldness and musical nuance sparked curiosity in those who orbited their world. The question was not if their union would end, but how the inevitable parting would unfold, and what toll it would take on the Chopin spirit, which had grown accustomed to Sand's presence as both muse and caretaker. As the 1840s advanced, tensions between Chopin and George Sand deepened. Conflicting needs frayed their once productive coexistence, culminating in disagreements that seemed trivial to outsiders but deeply impacted their bond. Financial strains became more pronounced. Although Chopin was still giving private lessons and occasionally performing, his medical expenses increased, and his capacity to maintain the rigorous schedule of a sought-after musician waned. Sand's responsibilities piled higher. She was not just an acclaimed novelist, but also a mother whose children demanded her attention. Their seasonal retreats to Nahant were initially meant to be restorative, yet the countryside that once soothed them now became a backdrop for brooding silences and unspoken resentments. Chopin, increasingly plagued by ill health, found it difficult to cope with the emotional upheavals. Sand, for her part, struggled to reconcile her desire for independence with the role of caregiver and mediator. The earlier idyll of two artists inspiring each other gave way to a fragile piece held together by habit and reluctance to confront the inevitable. By 1846, arguments over the upbringing of Sand's children, particularly her daughter Solange, magnified the couple's disparities. Sand believed Chopin was overstepping his boundaries. He, in turn, felt marginalized in a household he had come to consider partly his own. As from this period paint a picture of two individuals trying to salvage a relationship that had lost its guiding clarity. The closeness that once nurtured Chopin's compositions and fueled Sand's writing now felt stifling, each partner perceiving the other as a barrier to personal freedom. When the final break came, it was less an explosive rupture than a slow unravelling. They were practically living apart by 1847. Their friends, once enchanted by the bohemian aura of their union, looked on with sympathy or weary resignation, depending on whose side they took. Though not bitterly acrimonious, the separation left Chopin emotionally drained at a time when he most needed stability. And then, broader European unrest intervened. The year 1848 ushered in revolutions across the continent. France, Austria, and various Italian states erupted in anti-monarchical fervour. Paris was engulfed by turmoil, with barricades springing up and many aristocratic families fleeing. Chopin's student base shrank dramatically, intensifying his financial worries. Weakened and anxious, he began to consider leaving the city, when a British admirer, Jane Stirling, invited him to London, promising new opportunities for performance and patronage. Chopin decided to accept, despite reservations about travel with his frail health. London welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and scepticism. In a musical scene dominated by large-scale concerts, Chopin's subtle approach found appreciative audiences, but did not ignite a mainstream frenzy. He gave a handful of performances, enough to dazzle connoisseurs and uphold his reputation. Though the city's bustling pace and cold, damp climate took a toll. Searching for respite, he travelled north to Scotland, where patrons offered lodging in their country homes. The bleak landscapes, while novel, did little to alleviate his mounting exhaustion. Letters from this period reveal his despair over deteriorating health and the emotional wounds of separation from Sand. He was haunted by memories of earlier, more optimistic days in Paris. The sense of exile he once felt upon leaving Poland now returned with even greater poignancy. Ironically, he was closer geographically to his homeland than ever before, yet felt more spiritually adrift. His performances, though still meticulous, lack the spark of earlier years. Composing came in fits and starts, yielding a few remarkable late works, but each effort drained his waning strength. By late 1848, Chopin concluded that London could not be a permanent refuge. He returned to Paris early the following year, an ailing figure who could no longer rely on teaching or concerts to sustain himself. Friends rallied to his aid, offering financial support and companionship. Still, each passing week saw him grow weaker, confined mostly to his apartment. Occasional visitors recalled the quiet dignity with which he faced his final decline, maintaining a gentle politeness and concern for others' comfort. He clung to whatever creative impulses remained, sometimes improvising a few notes at the piano, though coughing fits often cut these sessions short. Aware of the seriousness of his condition, Chopin is said to have asked for Mozart's Requiem to be performed at his funeral. The end came on October 17th, 1849, when he died at age 39. Mourners gathered at the Church of the Madeleine to pay tribute. His sister Ludwika, who had journeyed from Poland to be with him, arranged for his heart to be returned to Warsaw, a final testament to the love he bore for his homeland. The rest of his remains were interred at Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris. In the hush that followed, those who knew him contemplated the delicate threads he wove between Poland, France, and the universal language of music, a tapestry that now, with his passing, felt both achingly complete and painfully unfinished. In the days and weeks after Chopin's death, Parisian society buzzed with reminiscences, myths, and debates over his true nature. Was he the epitome of the romantic, willing to sacrifice his health for the sake of art? Or was he a more measured figure, quietly shaping the course of piano music without fanfare? His friends, former lovers, and students offered conflicting portraits, a mosaic of impressions that underscored the complexity of a life lived in the margins between public scrutiny and private longing. Already, fellow composers and critics were assessing his legacy. Franz Liszt, who had championed Chopin's works, penned a biography that blended admiration with a certain poetic license. Hector Berlioz credited him with renewing the expressive power of the piano. Robert Schumann, based in Germany, had long praised Chopin's gift for capturing entire worlds of feeling in miniature forms. While the scope of Chopin's output was modest compared to symphonists or opera composers, its influence proved outsized, a testament to the intimacy he brought to every bar of music. Pianists marvelled at the technical innovations embedded in his etudes, preludes and nocturnes. Chopin transformed the piano into an instrument of whispered confidence rather than a bombastic display. His approach to fingering, pedal usage, and phrasing forced performers to abandon purely mechanical methods. Instead, they were compelled to inhabit the emotional core of each piece, a requirement that made playing Chopin both a challenge and a revelation. Yet not everyone grasped his significance immediately. Some critics, particularly those captivated by grand orchestral works, perceived his oeuvre as devoid of grandeur. They questioned whether these delicate sketches deserved the same reverence accorded to symphonies. Over time, however, that perspective evolved. Younger generations of composers recognized that Chopin's genius lay precisely in his ability to convey epic feeling through slender forms. The preludes, each a miniature universe, gained particular acclaim for their structural and harmonic daring. Even Liszt's transcriptions of Chopin's works could not replicate the subtlety that defined Chopin's own playing. In Poland, still grappling with political subjugation, Chopin's music became a beacon of cultural identity. His polonaises, with their regal, march-like rhythms, and mazurkas, echoing the rustic dance forms of rural Poland, resonated with those yearning for national dignity. Over time, entire generations of Poles would point to Chopin as the embodiment of a spirit unbroken by foreign rule. In this sense, his legacy took on a patriotic dimension, turning him into a symbolic guardian of the Polish soul. While he spent much of his adulthood in Paris, his heart, both literally and figuratively, remained in Warsaw, ensuring that his reputation at home was burnished by an almost holy reverence. Beyond Poland's borders, Chopin's influence quietly seeped into the DNA of Western music. Claude Debussy and Gabriel Fauré, major French composers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, drew upon his nuanced approach to harmony. Even Russian composers like Alexander Scriabin found inspiration in Chopin's coloristic chords in the realm of piano performance. his legacy manifested in the demand that interpretation be a delicate art of shading and personal expression. Pianists from across Europe, and eventually the world, travelled to Paris or Warsaw to study Chopin's style firsthand. One of the more intriguing aspects of his posthumous fame was the almost hallowed aura surrounding his personal relics. Beyond the famed transport of his heart to Warsaw, people preserved his letters, locks of his hair, and even the pianos he played. Memorials and statues appeared, especially after political shifts allowed Poland to honour its favourite son openly. Festivals sprang up celebrating his birthday and revisiting his repertoire. A certain romantic mystique enveloped his image, the frail poetic exile whose life and death paralleled the vulnerable beauty of his music. Yet for all the mythologizing, Chopin's legacy rests squarely on the strength of his compositions. They remained staples in concert halls and teaching studios, prized not only for their emotive power, but also for their technical demands. Students labour over the waltzes, nocturnes, and etudes, learning to tell stories through rubato and carefully weighted chords. Seasoned performers return to them repeatedly, finding fresh nuance with each pass. In every corner of the world, from grand theatres in major capitals to modest community recital spaces, Chopin's notes continue to ring out, bridging gaps and loops in language, culture, and time. Through it all, the composer retains an aura of intimate mysticism. His music, often described as capturing the soul's gentle confessions, remains deeply personal to each interpreter. And that may be his greatest gift to posterity, the invitation to find our own unspoken yearnings mirrored in his quietly revolutionary idiom. He left no grand manifesto, no flamboyant stage persona, but rather a carefully wrought tapestry of sound that persists in reminding us how powerful the softest voice can be when it speaks of truth. In the modern age, Chopin's significance endures, transcending the boundaries of Poland and France to captivate listeners worldwide. Yet the way we understand him today has expanded well beyond the initial romantic framework. Scholars delve into his manuscripts, tracing the evolution of harmonic progressions and fingering patterns. Historians consider the political and social milieus that shaped him, noting how exile sharpened his sense of cultural identity. At international piano competitions, from Warsaw's prestigious Chopin competition to events in Asia and the Americas, contestants vie to interpret his works with the perfect blend of fidelity and personal insight. In Poland, Chopin remains a national treasure. Streets, airports, and music schools bear his name. The annual festivals dedicated to his music attract visitors from every continent, turning the performance of nocturnes and ballades into a communal pilgrimage. His heart, encased in a pillar at the Church of the Holy Cross in Warsaw, is a poignant reminder of his last wishes. Locals and tourists alike pause there, reflecting on a life that, despite its brevity, resonates across centuries. The Poles see in Chopin a symbol of resilience, a testament that beauty can thrive even under oppression. In France, his longtime adoptive home, Chopin's legacy flourishes as well. Visitors to Paris can pay homage at Père Lachaise Cemetery, where he rests among luminaries such as Jim Morrison and Oscar Wilde. In the city's music academies and concert halls, his name is spoken with a reverence reserved for those who shaped an era. His image, the elegantly dressed yet fragile composer, forever perched at a piano, persists in cultural memory. Each year, recitals commemorate his arrival in Paris, recalling the sense of astonishment he once sparked in those crowded salons. Meanwhile, interpretations of his music have branched in countless directions. The early decades of the 20th century saw pianists like Ignacy Jan Paderewski champion his work with a grand romantic flourish. Later, Artur Rubinstein emphasized an elegant simplicity, stripping away sentimental excess. Contemporary virtuosos, bolstered by historically informed performance techniques, debate over pedal usage and tempo rubato, chasing an elusive authenticity that might approximate Chopin's own sound. Yet the essence of his composition resists rigid definition. Each generation finds something new in them, an unexpected harmonic pivot or a melodic gesture that resonates with modern ears. While classical music circles revere Chopin, other genres occasionally claim him too. Jazz pianists adapt his harmonies, weaving his chordal language into improvisations. Film composers borrow snippets of his melodic style to evoke nostalgia or refined emotion. Even pop and rock musicians have paid tribute in their ways. sampling themes or referencing him as a beacon of artistic integrity, that a 19th century Polish expatriate continues to surface in such varied contexts underscores the universal pull of his sound. At the same time, fresh biographical insights continue to surface. Historians have unearthed letters and diaries that shed light on his experiences in exile, his struggles with illness, and his sometimes overlooked humour. Discussions of his personal relationships, particularly his partnership with George Sand, have shifted from scandalised whispers to nuanced examinations of how two creative forces can both nurture and wound each other. Modern scholarship probes the idea that Chopin's poor health was not merely a tragic backdrop, but a driving factor in his artistry, compelling him to distill profound emotion into concise forms. One cannot overlook the importance of nostalgia and memory in Chopin's ongoing allure. His nocturnes, waltzes, and mazurkas possess a wistful quality that resonates with anyone who's experienced love and loss, yearns for home, or contemplates the transient nature of life. That sense of longing, so central to the Romantic era, feels surprisingly fresh in a world where technology often accelerates our daily existence. Through Chopin's music, many listeners find a space to breathe, to contemplate subtler shades of emotion less easily expressed in words. In a sense, the Chopin story is a bridge between epochs. He lived in the age of candlelit salons and quill-penned letters, yet his art continues to find renewed relevance. Grand competitions see young pianists from Seoul, Buenos Aires, Cape Town, and beyond interpret his scores with riveting originality, proving that music transcends geography and time. The constant reimagination of his work through performance, scholarship, and even casual listening testifies to the enduring power of a gentle soul who spoke most eloquently when seated before a piano. From Zhelezova Wola to Paris and back again, Chopin's journey resonates as a narrative of exile, creativity, love, and loss. He remains a figure both deeply cherished and endlessly debated, his spirit woven into the collective memory of Western culture. Each generation rediscovers him on its terms, drawn in by music that whispers truths about the human condition. And thus, Frederic Chopin lives on, a quiet but potent force, reminding us that even the softest voice can reverberate through history. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades. Tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labour of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost, the humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more, questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. And just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. As the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict, the battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was staggering. More than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days. Further south, the Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4th, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers but in the profound human cost. Families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war, broken cannons, torn flags, and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet after the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills, and the long shadows stretching across the land. Let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing. While the Civil War raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. Letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry, and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the North, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, The Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled, and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives, but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories served not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude and peace. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah A. Scow, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behaviour of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his 3 laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the Earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal, it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible. attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace, and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us. Thomas Alva Edison was born on February 11th, 1847, in the small town of Milan, Ohio, in the United States. He was the youngest of 7 children, and his parents, Samuel and Nancy Edison, were hardworking and resourceful. Samuel was a political activist and entrepreneur, while Nancy was a former schoolteacher who nurtured her children's curiosity and learning. From an early age, Edison showed signs of a restless and inquisitive mind. However, his education was far from conventional. He attended school for only a few months before his teacher labelled him as addled, a term used at the time to describe someone with a scattered or confused mind. This harsh judgment prompted his mother to take his education into her own hands. Nancy Edison believed in her son's potential and homeschooled him, instilling a love of reading and self-directed learning that would stay with him for life. Edison's childhood was marked by curiosity and experimentation. He set up a small laboratory in the family basement, where he conducted simple experiments and explored the wonders of chemistry. However, his thirst for knowledge extended beyond science. He devoured books on a wide range of topics, including history, philosophy, and mechanics. This eclectic education laid the foundation for the inventor he would become. At the age of 12, Edison took a job as a newsboy and candy seller on the Grand Trunk Railway. This job allowed him to earn money while observing the workings of the industrial world. He used part of his earnings to buy chemicals and equipment for his experiments. Edison even set up a small laboratory in the baggage car of the train, where he conducted experiments during downtime. His early ventures were not without mishaps. One experiment caused a fire, earning him a reprimand and forcing him to move his activities elsewhere. Edison's life took a significant turn when he became partially deaf, a condition that began in childhood and worsened over time. Although he later offered various explanations for his hearing loss, including a train conductor pulling him onto a moving train by his ears, the exact cause remains uncertain. Instead of viewing his deafness as a limitation, Edison considered it an advantage, allowing him to focus deeply on his work without distractions. As Edison grew older, his fascination with telegraphy opened new doors. He learned Morse code and became a skilled telegraph operator, taking on jobs across the Midwest. The telegraph was one of the most advanced technologies of the time, and working with it gave Edison valuable experience in electrical systems and communication. During this period, he began to develop his first inventions, including an automatic repeater that improved the efficiency of telegraph transmissions. Empty brackets. In 1868, at the age of 21, Edison moved to Boston, a hub of innovation and industry. It was here that he created his first patented invention, an electric vote recorder designed to speed up the voting process in legislative bodies. Unfortunately, the device failed to gain traction, teaching Edison a valuable lesson about the importance of creating inventions that met practical needs. This setback did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his determination to succeed. Edison's career really took off in 1876 when he established his first research laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey. This facility became a center of creativity and innovation, earning Edison the nickname the Wizard of Menlo Park. Here, he assembled a team of talented assistants who collaborated on a wide range of projects. Edison's approach to invention was systematic and collaborative, a stark contrast to the solitary inventor stereotype. One of Edison's most famous inventions emerged from this period, the phonograph. In 1877, he developed a device that could record and reproduce sound, a groundbreaking achievement that amazed the public. The phonograph earned Edison international acclaim and cemented his reputation as a leading innovator. The following years saw Edison tackle one of the greatest challenges of his career, creating a practical and affordable electric light system. While others had experimented with electric lighting, Edison was determined to develop a complete system, including generators, wiring and light bulbs that could bring electricity to homes and businesses. In 1879, after countless experiments, he unveiled a carbon filament incandescent light bulb that could burn for extended periods. This invention revolutionized daily life and marked the beginning of the electrification era. Edison's work in electric lighting led to the formation of the Edison Electric Light Company, which later evolved into General Electric, one of the largest corporations in the world. However, his success was not without challenges. The late 19th century saw fierce competition between Edison's direct current, DC, electrical system and the alternating current, AC system, championed by Nikola Tesla and George Westinghouse. This war of the currents was a bitter rivalry, but ultimately AC became the dominant method of electrical distribution due to its efficiency over long distances. Despite this setback, Edison continued to innovate in a wide range of fields. He improved motion picture technology, developing the kinetoscope and contributing to the early days of the film industry. His laboratories also worked on advances in batteries, cement and mining technologies. By the time of his death, Edison held over 1,000 patents, a testament to his relentless creativity and work ethic. Edison's personal life was as eventful as his professional one. He married Mary Stilwell in 1871, and the couple had 3 children. After Mary's untimely death in 1884, Edison married Mina Miller in 1886, with whom he had 3 more children. Mina played a significant role in managing Edison's affairs and supporting his work, providing stability in a life often consumed by invention. As we reflect on Thomas Edison's life, it's clear that his contributions went far beyond individual inventions. He pioneered a new model of innovation, combining scientific research with practical application and entrepreneurial spirit. His work not only transformed technology, but also reshaped the way we live, work, and connect with one another. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the flicker of an early electric light bulb, the scratchy sounds of a phonograph recording, or the hum of a motion picture projector. These were the dreams of a man who never stopped pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Let his story inspire your own dreams, reminding you that curiosity, perseverance, and creativity can illuminate even the darkest nights. As we continue our journey through the life of Thomas Edison, let's explore the later years of this remarkable man, a time filled with continued innovation, personal growth, and reflections on a life dedicated to invention. By the dawn of the 20th century, Edison had already secured his place in history, but his drive to create and explore new ideas never waned. His laboratory at Menlo Park had given way to a larger, more advanced facility in West Orange, New Jersey, which became his new center of operations. This expansive complex allowed Edison to work on multiple projects simultaneously and provided a space where ideas could flourish on a grand scale. The West Orange laboratory was a bustling hub of activity, where Edison and his team of assistants worked tirelessly on inventions that would shape the future. This facility housed not only research areas but also manufacturing spaces, making it a model for modern industrial research. Here, Edison's vision for invention as a collaborative process continued to thrive. During this period, one of Edison's key focuses was improving battery technology. He believed that rechargeable batteries held the potential to revolutionize transportation and energy storage. After years of experimentation, he developed the nickel-iron storage battery, which proved to be more durable and long-lasting than its predecessors. These batteries were used in electric vehicles, signaling Edison's foresight into the future of sustainable transportation. Edison's interest in motion pictures also continued to evolve. His work on the kinetoscope and the development of early film projectors played a crucial role in the birth of the motion picture industry. Although his methods and equipment were eventually surpassed by newer technologies, Edison's contributions laid the groundwork for the film industry's rapid growth. He saw movies not just as entertainment, but as a powerful medium for education and communication. In addition to his inventions, Edison had a keen sense of business and industry. He founded several companies over his lifetime, many of which merged or evolved into the corporate giants of today. His ability to navigate the worlds of science, engineering and business set him apart as a true pioneer of the industrial age. As Edison aged, his approach to work remained disciplined and intense. He was known for his long hours and often slept only a few hours each night, preferring to take short naps throughout the day. He famously remarked, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, a testament to his belief in hard work and perseverance." Edison's personal life also continued to be a source of strength and stability. His second wife, Mina Miller Edison, managed the family household and supported his endeavours with grace and dedication. Together they raised 3 children, Madeline, Charles and Theodore. The Edison family enjoyed a comfortable life, but Edison's devotion to his work sometimes kept him away from home for long stretches of time. Despite his fame and success, Edison remained a humble and often private individual. He shunned the idea of being called a genius, and instead credited his achievements to relentless effort and curiosity. He was known to be a man of simple tastes, preferring practical clothing and straightforward conversations over grand displays of wealth or intellect. In the later years of his life, Edison's pace of invention began to slow, but his mind remained active. He explored new ideas in fields such as rubber production, seeking alternatives to natural rubber for industrial use. He even collaborated with his friends Henry Ford and Harvey Firestone on this endeavour, forming what became known as the $1 Million Trio. Their combined efforts reflected the spirit of collaboration and innovation that defined Edison's career. As he approached his twilight years, Edison became more reflective about the changes he had witnessed. Born before the widespread use of electricity, he lived to see a world transformed by his inventions. The cities of his youth, once dimly lit by gas lamps and candles, now gleamed with electric lights. The hum of machines, powered by electricity, filled factories and homes alike. The world had grown smaller through communication technologies like the telegraph, the telephone and motion pictures, all fields where Edison had left his mark. In 1929, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the electric light bulb, a grand event was held in Edison's honour at his laboratory in West Orange. Attended by prominent figures such as President Herbert Hoover and industrialists like Henry Ford, the event was a tribute to a man whose ideas had changed the world. Despite the accolades, Edison remained modest, focusing instead on the future and the possibilities yet to be explored. On October 18, 1931, at the age of 84, Thomas Edison passed away in his home in West Orange, New Jersey. His death marked the end of an era, but his legacy lived on. In tribute to his memory, people across the United States dimmed their electric lights for a moment of silence. It was a poignant reminder of how deeply Edison's work had illuminated their lives. Edison left behind more than just his inventions. He left a philosophy of innovation, a belief that curiosity, hard work, and a willingness to experiment could change the world. His approach to problem-solving, his relentless pursuit of practical solutions, and his ability to turn ideas into reality inspired generations of inventors, scientists, and entrepreneurs. As you relax and drift into sleep, think of Thomas Edison's unwavering commitment to his dreams. Imagine the quiet hum of his laboratories, the soft glow of an electric bulb, or the scratchy tinny sound of a phonograph playing a long-forgotten tune. Let his story remind you that within each of us lies the potential for creativity and discovery. Even after Thomas Edison's passing, his influence continued to ripple through time, touching countless aspects of modern life. His laboratories, inventions, and philosophy of persistence left an indelible mark on the 20th century and beyond. Edison's legacy was more than a collection of patents or technological breakthroughs. It was a blueprint for how curiosity, determination, and collaboration could change the world. Edison's innovations laid the groundwork for industries that would thrive long after he was gone. The electric power systems he pioneered became the backbone of modern civilization, lighting homes, powering factories, and enabling the technologies we rely on today. The phonograph he created evolved into modern sound recording, giving rise to the music industry as radio broadcasts, and later digital media. His early motion picture work grew into an art form that now entertains, educates, and connects people around the globe. Edison's approach to invention also transformed the way research and development were conducted. Before his time, inventors were often solitary figures working alone in small workshops. Edison's vision of collaborative, team-based innovation in a dedicated laboratory environment paved the way for the research institutions and technology companies we know today. His West Orange laboratory became a model for innovation hubs and inspired future generations of scientists and engineers. The lessons from Edison's life extend beyond his inventions. His resilience in the face of failure is a timeless reminder that setbacks are often stepping stones to success. He once said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." This perspective encouraged countless others to embrace failure as part of the creative process, to learn from it, and to push forward with renewed determination. His story also reflects the transformative power of curiosity. From the young boy conducting experiments in his basement to the seasoned inventor refining new technologies, Edison never stopped asking questions or seeking answers. He approached the world with wonder and a desire to understand how things worked, a quality that fueled his lifelong quest for innovation. This insatiable curiosity is a gentle reminder that within each of us, the spark of discovery can ignite remarkable possibilities. In the years after his death, Edison's family, friends, and colleagues ensured that his memory was preserved. His laboratories in Menlo Park and West Orange were carefully maintained, and today they stand as monuments to his life and work. Visitors can walk through these spaces, see his tools and notebooks, and imagine the energy and creativity that once filled the air. The sounds of clinking glassware, the smell of chemicals, and the quiet hum of machinery still seem to echo in these historic halls. Beyond the physical spaces he left behind, Edison's ideas continue to shape the world. His belief in making technology accessible and practical lives on in every device that simplifies our lives. The light bulb, though improved and modified over time, remains a universal symbol of inspiration, creativity, and the triumph of human ingenuity. Edison's story is also a reminder of the human side of innovation, the patience, the long hours, and the moments of doubt that accompany every breakthrough. He understood that progress often comes slowly, and that true innovation requires both passion and persistence. As you rest tonight, perhaps you can reflect on your own journeys, knowing that even small steps forward are part of a greater path. Imagine a world lit only by flickering candles and dim gas lamps, where nights were cloaked in darkness. Then picture the slow, steady emergence of light, spreading from cities to towns, illuminating homes and streets. This transformation was more than a technological shift. It was a change in how people experienced life. Night no longer brought an end to productivity or recreation. With the glow of electric light, the world stayed awake, and new possibilities emerged. As you sink deeper into relaxation, envision Thomas Edison in his laboratory, the warm glow of a single bulb casting long shadows across the room, shelves lined with tools, wires, and glass beakers surround him. The quiet scribble of notes fills the air as he records his observations. His eyes, filled with focus and curiosity, study each experiment, searching for answers hidden in the details. This was a man who believed that within every problem lay a solution waiting to be uncovered. Edison's belief in progress and innovation reminds us that the world is ever-changing, shaped by those who dare to imagine something better. His life's work was a testament to the idea that with enough patience, creativity, and determination, we can bring light to even the darkest corners of our world.